5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon and welcome to the City Council meeting of September 21st. I'm going to call this meeting officially to order and ask you to all rise for the singing of the national anthem.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land, glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you to the National Film Board for the images of our country, and as well to the Grande Prairie Boys Choir and your very own City Council for the singing of O Canada. I'm moving on to the adoption of the previous council minute meetings. I'm just going to open this here. The meeting was held September 7th, and I will look for a motion. Councillor O'Toole. Motion is the motion to adopt the minutes of the City Council meeting held September 7th is in order. Seeing no comments or questions on that motion, I'll call the question. Please vote. Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. I'm in.
Sorry, my apologies, Councillor Friesen. 1 second. I just need the vote to tabulate. Oh, you're waiting to vote. Go ahead, Councillor Friesen.
In favor. Thank you.
Perfect. Councillor Friesen votes in favor. And now it's just tabulating. I'll just look to the city clerk. Did you like us to vote manually?
Weird things are happening over here.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. If council could vote by verbal, please.
Councillor Thiessen, how do you vote? In favor. Councillor Palat, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Bressie, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor O'Toole, how do you vote?
In favor.
And Mayor Clayton votes in favor. That passes unanimously. Moving on to the adoption of the agenda from tonight's meeting. Look for a motion for that. Councillor O'Toole, thank you for that.
I move the council adopt the agenda with the addition of item 9.2, correspondence from Mr. Shandel.
Perfect, thank you for that, Councillor O'Toole. That motion is in order. I will call the question. I'll go first to Councillor Friesen. How do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Thiessen?
And I am.
Oh, sorry, go
on
ahead.
My east. I am working on my East Tribe on my other device here.
Okay, not a problem. Councillor Thiessen?
In favor.
Councillor Palat?
In favor.
Councillor Bressie?
In favor.
Councillor O'Toole?
In favor.
And Mayor Clayton's in favor. That passes unanimously. Moving on to this evening's proclamation. I have two proclamations here in front of me. The first one being for Rail Safety Week. So proclamation of Rail Safety Week, which is September 20th to 26th, whereas it is in the public's best interest to raise citizens' awareness of the dangers of ignoring safety warnings at level crossings and trespassing on rail property to reduce avoidable deaths, injuries, and damage caused by incidents involving trains and citizens, and whereas Operation Lifesaver is a public-private partnership whose aim is to work with the public, rail industry, governments, police services, medias, and all other to raise rail safety awareness. And whereas CN has requested City Council proclaim Rail Safety Week in support of its ongoing efforts to raise awareness, save lives, and prevent injuries in communities, including our municipality. Now, therefore, I, Jackie Clayton, the Mayor of the City of Grande Prairie, do hereby proclaim September 20th to 26th, 2021, as Rail Safety Week in the City of Grande Prairie. I also have one other proclamation for this evening for Small Business Week. Small Business Week is from October 17th to 23rd for 2021. Whereas Grande Prairie's regional economy is one of the most prosperous in the world, and the small business sector is one of its greatest strengths. During Small Business Week, we honor small businesses, owners, employees, and the enormous contribution they make to our success. And whereas small business owners reflect the characteristics that make our region great through their vision, responsibility, innovation, dedication, and hard work, it is often the entrepreneurs who are our inventors, our risk takers, and our job creators. And whereas small businesses are a vital part of our region's economy, with more than 2/3 of Canadian employees working for small businesses, and whereas Small Business Week is a time to celebrate our successes, to thank small business owners for their contributions to our community and our economy. And whereas I encourage all residents of the City of Grande Prairie to observe Small Business Week appropriately by dedicating themselves to learn more about these entrepreneurs and how we can continue to help them in their tremendous path of success. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Jackie Clayton, do hereby proclaim October 17th to 23rd, 2021 as Small Business Week in the City of Grande Prairie. So thank you for that, and happy to do both of those proclamations, one being a safety initiative and one being a celebration of our small businesses in the region. So thank you for that. Moving on to open delegations. Just a reminder for those who are watching online, the 3 p.m. portion of our delegations meeting, you do not need to let us know ahead of time. You can, which 3 parties have let us know they are wishing to speak with council, but you could also simply join our when we're meeting in person in different circumstances. You can come to the council chambers in the way that we are operating currently. You can jump online and have an opportunity to speak with council. There is also a 6 p.m. delegation portion in our agenda. However, that we require that you let us know ahead of time. For the portion right now, we have 3 parties that have let us know ahead of time, as I mentioned, and then I will go to online to see if there's anybody to speak to council. First on our agenda this evening, item 6.1, Alberta Health Services. And I understand we have a couple people on the call with us this evening. If you are in the call from AHS, please turn on your camera. Perfect. There's Ms. Greening. Thank you for joining us tonight. And Ms. Koliaska, thank you so much, ladies, for joining us. I'll give you, 5 to 10 minutes, whatever you require, and then I'll just open it to council for questions.
Dr. Koliaska, did you want to speak first?
Sure, happy to do that. And thank you, Mayor Clayton and councillors for reaching out to Alberta Health Services. I'm going to primarily speak to the questions that we received ahead of time. Stacey and I have divided them up. And beyond that, certainly look forward to any further discussion that you would like to have. The first topic that I wanted to speak to was a question regarding wastewater surveillance and the correlation to active cases and hospitalizations and spikes in Grande Prairie. And so with that, then I'll just speak generally to the science of wastewater surveillance. This is an emerging area of study since the pandemic, and Grande Prairie was one of the dozen or so first sites to participate in the U of A and U of C study that launched approximately just over a year ago. And what what has been happening over that time is that samples of wastewater have been collected and analyzed at the lab, and then compared what levels of COVID are being seen in the wastewater and compared to what's going on in the area in the province at the time. And what we've seen pattern-wise over the last year is the overall aggregate general level of case activity in the province and in the community do have a correlation with wastewater surveillance. Where this is technology or the science is going to be really useful is as we're moving from an acute pandemic response more into future state, when we're not testing absolutely everybody that's symptomatic, it's going to give us an idea of where COVID surges are happening and when COVID surges are happening in a community. Because if you can imagine, in our wastewater, those are all of those samples collected together rather than each individual being tested. So I would say that Grande Prairie, I would characterize as one of the leaders in the province, to having had the participation in this really early on, but more of a look towards the future once we don't have that individual case data that we still have on the Alberta Health website. So perhaps what I'll do is I'll just move through the other questions that I received, hand it over to Stacey, and then as Mayor Clayton indicated, we can certainly circle back to any of these for further conversation or clarification as required. The next question or the subject that I received was, what are the statistics for serious complications following vaccination? And then how do they compare to the risk of serious complications following COVID infection? And I think that that's a really good question. And certainly a real life scenario. I'll maybe just open up with, at this point in time, over 3 million Albertans have safely received a COVID-19 vaccine. That's a pretty staggering amount of people, given that our province is just around 4.5. I really want to emphasize that COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective, and we know that because we have the most intensive safety monitoring in history. When I actually had to go to the Canada stats to pull the numbers of serious and non-serious percentages in events, just because they are very small. And in Canada, we have 54 million doses administered. Non-serious total adverse events following immunization, that's the technical term, is 0.021% or 2 per 10,000. And that means any event, which could be a bit of a rash, allergic reaction, that sort of a thing, severe headache, nausea and vomiting, just really not feeling well, but reported through the reporting system. If out of those, we then look into even the smaller numbers, which are the total serious events in Canada, it's 0.008%. And if you're wrapping your head around those zeros, that's 8 per 100,000 out of everyone who gets a COVID vaccine. So with those, with all of those zeros ahead of time, I'll now put into context of what happens if you actually get COVID. Someone who gets COVID, overall, all of the age groups, you're about 4.2% chance of getting hospitalized. But that range is very, very broad because, as we know, it really depends on your age group, knowing that as your age group rises, of course, your risk rises very, very much higher than that. So 0.2% is the low in 5 to 9-year-olds, whereas if you're 80 or older, you're almost 30% chance of being hospitalized. It was actually 29%. Some of those people that go to hospital need ICU care, enhanced level of care. 0.8% of everyone that gets COVID ends up in ICU. That ranges from 0.1% in people 1 to 19. Whereas if you're 70 to 79, that was the highest percent chance at almost 5% chance of ending up in ICU. Similarly, deaths are the other most serious outcome of COVID, and 0.9% chance of getting COVID, of dying from COVID. But that's a very significant range of 0 in Alberta under age 40. And I'm quoting Alberta stats here: 0 under age 40 to 20% in people that are 80 or 80 years old or older. So, very, very much a higher rate of very, very serious outcomes, but it is age dependent. The next set of questions that I received that I'm going to just go over was on the indication yet on when vaccines for kids under 12 might be approved. And it's actually kind of neat because this question arrived last week, and then you may have seen in the news this week, earlier this week, that Pfizer was signaling that they have accumulated a significant amount of data for vaccine safety for kids under 12, and that's great news. There is a bit of a process, though, that goes from the research and the science all the way to when you can actually get a vaccine in an arm, and that process very generally goes the manufacturer and the research data. It needs to be approved by Health Canada. We have a specialty committee also in Canada, the NACI, National Advisory Committee on Immunization, that also does a very deep dive into that data, looks at the science, makes those recommendations nationally. Then our colleagues at Alberta Health and Alberta Government look at those recommendations and then set policy for the province. And then Alberta Health Services is the operations component and does that service delivery, as well as potential other immunization partners, pharmacies, and others, as you've seen in this pandemic. So there are a number of steps that we anticipate to fall in rapid sequence once that safety data is considered sufficient. I thought it was really good news to see that level of announcement this week. Earlier in the last month or so, we've heard a very general estimate of perhaps very late this year, this might be ready to go. And so if that's the case, that certainly sounds like with the Pfizer's announcement this week, that we may still be on a very generic timeline such as that, but recognizing there are still an amount of steps to go through. The final question that I received before I hand it over to Stacey was a reminder about what the science says about the efficacy of wearing non-medical masks as source control. I did pull up one modeling study that was done last year that I thought was particularly well done and really illustrated this, is that they just simulated a cough with the force that goes with a cough to spread droplets from someone's mouth and how far those droplets could go. And so in this particular modeling study, they measured that those droplets would go approximately 8 feet if there was no covering in place. With just a simple bandana, just a T-shirt material across someone's face, that would actually cut it in more than in half to 3 feet 7 inches. If the bandana was then folded a few times and it was a cotton bandana, that would cut it more than in half again to just over 1 foot. And then if people were using a stitched mask or a commercial mask, it was in the range of a few inches from someone's face. So you really would have to get up close with when someone has a mask if they're actually coughing and spreading respiratory droplets. So just to say that some transmission or some leakage, especially if the mask isn't fitting, can still happen. But my goodness, what a difference compared to have nothing in there at all. So with that then, Stacey, I will stop for now and hand it over to you to run through the rest of the pre-submitted questions.
Great, thanks, Dr. Koliaska. So comments and questions about the current capacity of our hospital. So we have a 28 medicine inpatient COVID unit right now up and running. And so just to comment on that is the acuity of our COVID patients are higher, such that to run the same number of medicine beds for COVID patients does require an increase resources to do that. And so that's where we've had to look at where we have additional resources to pull to manage that capacity and uplift for the site. To offset that as well, we have increased to 8 ICU beds and then an additional ICU bed, so up to 9. That 9th bed is to stabilize and transport patients who would require ICU level critical care resources. And so maintaining our site as a regional trauma hub and to maintain the capacity to receive patients and stabilize them and then transport them out as needed. We have commented previously at council meetings, just a reminder to everyone, our site is a regional facility, so we do not just serve the needs of Grande Prairie proper and or Grande Prairie County as well. We are throughout the Peace region, so we do receive and beyond. We do receive patients from throughout the North Zone. We are the only ICU on this part of the north part of the province. Our other ICU partner is in Fort McMurray, and so we continue to work together to manage the demands of COVID. The plan for capacity is, again, we work with our critical care partners both within zone and across the province and have been throughout the pandemic. We continue to do that. As an organization, I think most people would have seen some of the releases of information, and Dr. Bernie, you had presented publicly as well. So we have gone into some level of service disruption to maintain capacity throughout the system and add additional surge capacity. So all of us are working together as a single province, and that is the benefit of being a single organization across the province. We are able to work and manage the needs for COVID patients within the province at this time with the service disruptions that have been put into place. And so we do have some service disruptions in terms of bed closures at the site. So 14 beds have been messaged to be closed. Again, there are multiple factors contributing to that. One is the acuity level of the current COVID patients, and so needing additional resources to staff the beds that we do have open. We do have some recruitment challenges, and so that is kind of ongoing operations in terms of recruitment to those spaces. We've seen a moderate uplift in terms of our vacancy rates, and so continuing to work through those. There is fatigue on behalf of our staff in terms of the acuity that they're seeing at the site. There's an increased number of available occupational choices for our healthcare providers as well. So the swabbing aspects, the immunization, all of those require a skilled workforce, and that opens up additional opportunities for staff. There is a decreased movement of healthcare professionals as well across Canada and the globe, and so those that would typically move or come to Alberta, we're not seeing that same movement right now during the pandemic, which is expected in times like this. And then just a reminder as well, when we talk about our workforce, it is a skilled workforce. So it takes 4 years to train an RN to be ready to provide care on site. And so they are not a rapidly renewable resource for us. And so that also comes into play as we look at the increased demands on the system. And so I think that those were the questions that were submitted. So I'll end there and pass it back to you, Mayor Clayton.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you answering the questions that were presented prior, and I'll open this opportunity up to Council for questions. Councillor Thiessen and then Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Ms. Screening and Dr. Koliaska. I really appreciate you coming back and sitting before us here today and giving us these very important updates. And thank you for all the hard work that you and Alberta Health Services, nurses and doctors are undertaking to keep our community and region safe. I think I have a few questions here. Sorry, they came after the submission time to present. But one of the questions that just popped up in my head is for you, Ms. Screening. With the province's announcement of vaccinating, having all medical staff vaccinated by October 31st, or they would be put on leave. When you speak of the slowly renewable resource of registered nurses and even doctors coming to the area, needing 4 years to train them up. What are the chances that we may negatively impact our healthcare community for these nurses or doctors that may not want to get a mandatory vaccination, and then we're just going to lay them off in the middle of a shortage of workers? and especially considering that most of them have worked through this time without a vaccine, and some are choosing not to. How does Alberta Health Services plan to address that on October 31st if doctors and nurses don't get the shot and our health services are still taxed?
So I think I'll answer with two pieces of information. One, all of us as employees of the health system have, as part of our employment, already have to demonstrate vaccine status when we start our employment. So there are a number of vaccines that are required to be a healthcare professional in Alberta. And so that's not changing. This is an additive vaccine to that process already in place for all of us. And that's been in place for a very long time in this province. And so I won't tell you, I won't go into start date, but yeah, Councillor Friesen is nodding. So those of us who've been in the system previously have already participated in that. And then second, we do have a process in place for any healthcare professional that is looking to request an exemption, and there is a process for them to move through that process if they wish to proceed with that. And there will be a review of all of those requests.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you for coming and speaking to us today and letting the public get a bit of insight into what's going on in our community and information about vaccines and masks and all of that. Really appreciate it. And I really appreciate the work that you and the staff that you work with are doing. It's important stuff. A question I had is there anything else at all that us as a municipality can be doing to support you and your staff?
Ms. Greening?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think just continuing to encourage vaccines and adherence to the public health measures, I think, are going to make a difference in terms of the impact on hospitalizations. I think continuing, we know there's a lot of community support out there for healthcare providers, and continuing to message that. I think those messages of thanks and appreciation to our healthcare workforce makes a big difference in terms of coming to work and continuing to manage through. And I think anything we can do to support our workforce and just appreciate them for the work they're doing, I think does go a long way in that. And then again, encouraging vaccine, which I know has been some messaging. I've seen messages from the city in terms of what you're doing in terms of some of your facilities, in terms of maintaining all of those public health measures, and that's very much appreciated.
Councillor Bressie, thank you for that. Any further comments or questions? Councillor O'Toole?
Yes, once again, I do want to thank you all for coming in today and answering the questions that were previously submitted and the ones that we are about to present to you already. I just want to let you know that I got on the Alberta Vaccine Records Service, and when the time I entered my information to the time I got a printout was less than a minute. So that system is working extremely well. And I want to appreciate any input that you guys had into that. That's on behalf of my wife and myself. Another comment is I have a brother and a sister-in-law that work in Ontario. They've been working long hours, 16-hour days, wearing a hazmat suit, dealing with the COVID patients, and it's definitely taken its toll on them. What they're finding is nurses that went through the 4 years didn't expect to work this much, and such pain to come home at night and feel that they're not wanted because they're screamed at and stuff like that. But I just want you to know that you guys are doing a great job. You're kind of superheroes, and hang in there. There's only a few people in this world that are against this stuff, and I want you to know that the majority are positive and positive thinking and supporting you in all kinds of ways. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I'll echo Kevin's sentiments there. Although in Grande Prairie, our context is that there's a few more people that question it, I guess, on the vaccines, considering our stats currently. And that's what I wanted to ask Dr. Koliaska about. In fact, this is for, I guess, the vaccine hesitant or the labeled anti-vaxxers out there, I suppose. My question for you is on vaccine safety. So many people who are opposed to the vaccine, first or second shot, they say that we're not calculating the adverse effects as well as we could, and that we're not applying the same lens to the vaccines as we did in the early stages of COVID. Now, me personally, I've had about 14 different people who have had emergent health issues over the past 6 months, ranging from 2 deaths, mass lymphatic growth, lymphoma, kidney infection, myocarditis, lymphoma, again, it's on my list of people, liver cancer, spinal cancer, vertigo, chronic carpal tunnel syndrome, pericarditis, purple fingers, gastrointestinal diseases such as Crohn's, potential for Crohn's, tinnitus, a lock arm, brain fog, strokes due to blood clots, and premature birth due to placenta detachment. So that's just a list of different things that have happened to various people in my circle of friends. One thing that is pretty common around them all is that they all received their vaccine. And when they asked their health professional if it was potential for the vaccine, they all felt like they were sloughed off, or the family members for the ones who passed away. So I guess my question for you, Dr. Koliaska, is on the federal government site, looking at vaccines and the methodology on what they're looking for to prove their efficacy. It clearly states on both the province and the federal government sites that all you need is to not receive a positive COVID test after 2 weeks of your second dose, and it was considered a successful pass. And in regards to the other health issues, I guess my question is for you, what is Alberta Health Services doing to ensure perpetually that all these health issues are being looked into when they happen, and how we can make our vaccine safer, or at least encourage people and show them that these vaccines are safe?
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Thank you. So maybe I'll focus my answer on the Alberta system, because there actually is there's a law and it comes federally, but then we operate provincially. That if there's a adverse reaction to a vaccine, that needs to be reported, and in the Immunization Act, that needs to be reported in Alberta. There is an intake process, and I can share the link and the number, and it's through the vaccine provider, that there is an intake process for adverse reactions to be reported. There's a substantial machinery that sits in AHS behind that reporting system that is staffed by admin, by nurses that are specialized in the evaluation of adverse events following immunization, that are guided by the Alberta policy, and ultimately backstopped by medical officers of health, such as myself, that evaluate all of the reports that come in. And so when we evaluate all of the reports that come in, we need to, we look at, we do a comprehensive review of the situation, of the other things that are going on at the time. And I will just say that cause and effect is not always the same as day 1 and day 3, or just timing. We actually look very scientifically and very systematically at those reports that do come in. Those that meet scientific guidelines, known policy requirements, or other medically, clinically sound rationale are captured in some of those stats that I quoted to you earlier. Alberta casts their net a little bit wider than nationally and beyond, but many of these are also required to be escalated nationally and reported nationally as well. So I don't say it lightly when I say that over 3 million individuals have safely received a COVID vaccine, nor do I say it lightly that we have the best surveillance system for vaccine safety that we've ever had. The latest reporting requirements are the most stringent that we've ever had, and they have progressively come into place over the last few years, I guess somewhat coincidentally, pre-COVID. And so it's nice that we've had them in place as we've seen the vaccine technology really expand, and of course the new vaccines be provided and used.
Thank you for that. Councillor Thiessen, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Koliaska. I appreciate your answer. I think what you're alluding to before, especially with the national, was the AEFI forms that patients are to fill out with their doctors. I guess my concern is that of these people that I listed and some of their family members for the ones who have passed on, all of them had inquired and everyone were reassured that the vaccines were safe and there was no need. But they still suspect the ones going through the health and stuff like that. So if we have, I guess if we have doctors that are going, well, this is something new and we'll give this to you. I even had one friend that went in for her carpal tunnel and her pericarditis, and after receiving steroids to help her arm feel better, before they sent her home after doing a litany of tests, they prescribed her fentanyl to go home with, and I was quite shocked at that. So I guess the issue is this is all in the hands of doctors. So if doctors aren't questioning the safety of that, when someone does have a health issue, let's say 3 months down the road, what are we doing to ensure that it's not the vaccines that are the issue, that it's just an emergent health issue?
Yeah. So I'll just maybe expand on my answer. So this is not just for doctors. This is for all healthcare practitioners that provide immunization. And I'll just maybe, there's a phone number, 1-855-444-2324. I'll just pop that into the chat box. There's a phone number, there's a website, and those are for healthcare practitioners. If someone is from the general public is wanting to report, they can also call HealthLink at 811.
Okay, no, thank you very much for that.
Thanks for that. I don't see any further questions. So, sorry, Councillor Thiessen, this will be your last go.
Awesome. Well, then I'll pick from the list here. One sec. This is a question actually for Ms. Greening. Thank you very much for humoring me on these. When we've been keeping stats throughout the entire pandemic on infections and recovered and people in ICU and hospitals. We've also been keeping stats on who's vaccinated, who's single vaxxed or double vaxxed. Now, there have been people that have been exposed to COVID, and as much research as I've done online, it says that it's fairly rare that you could get reinfected with COVID. Now, there have been breakthrough cases with people who have been vaccinated, and there have been some people who had COVID and then got it again. So I guess my question is, because some people are asking, where does natural immunity fit in the stats? So we have a certain percentage of the population that are vaccinated, single and double dosed. Why doesn't Alberta Health Services include the COVID positive infection people as having potentially natural immunity to COVID after exposure included in the stats?
Like in terms of reporting those individuals?
Yes.
Yeah, so, well, I can answer part of that, and maybe I'll turn it over to Koliaska as well. So part of that is you're going to have some that and we do report the positive COVID swabs that come through. So that positivity rate, the R factor, all of those are reported publicly. So that would be a portion of your population. We obviously wouldn't, if someone's not being swabbed, we wouldn't have that data unless they come forward and would self-report that. And so we wouldn't know definitive numbers. We know who comes, who seeks help, either hospital, ICU care, and or a positive swab in the community. And so those numbers are available publicly for anyone looking for that. And maybe Dr. Koliaska, did you want to take a crack at that one as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Stacey, and thanks, Councillor Thiessen. So I will say just in general, science as it pertains to COVID-19 is a growing body of knowledge. And so some of the unanswered questions that are a bit more difficult to pin down are how strong of an immune response do individuals have? It varies. We know that it varies. And how long does that immune response last to be protective? And how protective is it against the different variants? And because there are a multitude of things happening in the same time and potentially in the same space, that scientific rigor to really produce a solid answer to that question is extremely challenging. And we can draw from our previous knowledge and previous experience if we think about the common cold, which actually is a different category of coronaviruses, that if you've had a common cold in the past, if that variation, I'm going to use that word instead of variant because variant means something specific to COVID. If the different type of common cold is different enough, you can get sick from that one too. And we know that over a lifetime, you have a common cold at different points in your life. So I suspect that as our science advances with COVID-19 and we learn more about the variants as well, we may know more about that, but it is challenging, coming back to what Stacey said too, that not everyone is tested, not every variant is worked up on every individual, and then how do we apply that in the same way that you do a vaccine? It just doesn't quite line up. We medical officers of health did have a conversation actually just earlier today with Dr. Hinshaw, and she confirmed that body of evidence and that body of science is still under consideration and continues to be looked at from an Alberta health policy point of view. But at this time, our best weapon against the rising cases and COVID and protecting the healthcare system remains the use of vaccines, as well as supported by the use of the public health measures, given the high case counts that we have right at this time.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Just, I guess, a quick follow-up question, if I may.
Councillor Thiessen.
Sorry, it was based off of what was presented.
Quickly.
So, yeah, thank you. So the follow-up question that I have is recently our newly elected Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, he has ordered through Pfizer another round of vaccine doses for 2022 and 2023, equivalent to do at least a couple more doses for the entire population. So when we're talking about natural immunity and vaccine immunity, it sounds like we're going to be getting more boosters coming in the way. And it sounds like to me that it's similar to the theory behind natural immunity. What's the difference when vaccines efficacy wears off on a variant of COVID and we require a booster shot? How is that vaccine different in providing protection versus natural immunity?
Thank you. So I'm actually going to expand your question a little bit to just answer, so what about booster doses in general? And there's a few reasons why booster doses could be needed. And this, of course, this science is evolving too. So you may have seen that booster doses were recently approved for use in Alberta for people that are immunocompromised. We're calling them booster doses, but in that particular situation, they're actually considered kind of a top-up to the initial dose, two-dose series because if people have immunocompromising conditions, they need that extra support or that extra reminder to their immune system to help them get to the levels of immunity that other people with stronger immune systems would have gotten to in the first place. So that's kind of a booster dose, not a booster dose. Then we're also mixing in the conversation about the third dose or booster dose as it pertains to individuals that are older and live in facility living conditions. And so that one is more along the lines of the theory of waning immunity, recognizing that science is still evolving, but also knowing that some of the stats that I presented earlier, that's the part of the people in our community who are at highest risk of severe outcomes and death. The third category of booster dose and the third part of the conversation is about the variants. And so if I can draw the analogy for the moment to the flu shot that is available year after year, the specific proteins that are in the flu shot do get updated from time to time to make sure that they're a good match to what is the anticipated flu strains that are circulating for that year. These conversations are still very much active as they pertain to the development of which proteins need to go into the COVID shot. It's still in clinical trials for some of our major manufacturers of the COVID vaccine. But as we're looking at future proofing or what's coming in the future, is a booster dose going to be exactly the same proteins, or are we going to see over time, like we've seen in Alberta, that, since July, we're seeing Delta variant here in Alberta, which is still rather similar, but it's changed from what came through the previous year. And then if we're talking about natural immunity, your immune system can provide immunity to what you've seen before. But if it's different enough, then it's almost like there may be some cross protection, or it might be entirely new. So if we're talking about booster doses, I would include all of those three groups of conversations, and depending on the timing, depending on the science, that may really impact how similar or how different to natural immunity the conversation is.
Thank you very much for that answer, Dr. Koliaska. I'd like to thank both you ladies for doing your very best in trying to understand the complexities of this COVID-19 and for doing your utmost best to try to educate us as council and a community on how it impacts us, and so our understanding grows in it as well. So thanks for your time here today.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Thank you so much, as mentioned, for coming tonight and making yourself available on multiple occasions, responding to our questions as quickly as possible. We absolutely appreciate the immense workload that everybody in your organization and that your industry is facing right now. I do really want to thank Ms. Greening for being very proactive in her communication to us, keeping council up to speed and reaching out proactively with information. It's really valuable for those of us who are taking questions on a regular basis in regards to representing the community members. So thank you so much for the information and the accessibility that you've provided to us throughout this past year. It's truly appreciated. And I'm just going to, in case people can't see the chat box, I recommend, it was put in there by Dr. Koliaska, to the general public, should you have an adverse reaction to an immunization shot, please call your healthcare provider or 811 HealthLink. And if I'm sure most of them know it, but if you are a healthcare provider and you're looking to report an adverse event following an immunization, there is a phone line for healthcare providers of 1-855-444-2324. So thank you for sharing that information, Dr. Koliaska. And thank you again, ladies, for coming tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to our next delegation. We have, sorry, my screen just went here. Ms. Tanya Wald from the Sunrise House. Good evening, Ms. Wald, and just so that it's for those watching on camera, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, and then I'll give you 5 to 10 minutes. Council may have questions, and we can go from there. Thanks so much.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So my name is Tanya Wald, and I'm the Executive Director for Sunrise House and have been here for just about 11 years. Also here with me is Sean Dirksen, who has been on our board for about 14 years. During this time, I, along with our board, have had a strong focus on sustainability and best practice when it comes to the care of the youth in our community. Just want to say I really appreciate having some time to come in and chat with everyone today, and also just want to thank administration for all the support that they've given to myself and to our board as we prepare as we move forward. So through the operation of Sunrise House, the Grande Prairie Youth Emergency Shelter provides emergency and transitional shelter for youth ages 12 to 17 who have become or are at risk of becoming homeless. We have a strong focus on family reunification, stabilization, and housing permanency. We believe that the key to ending homelessness starts with our children and youth, like creating pathways to sustainable futures. On average, 75% of adults who are homeless report their first experience of being homeless as a child or a youth. Imagine the impact we can have if we're able to provide the right supports at the right time to end this cycle of homelessness. We have been in our current facility, 12 beds, located in Mountain View since 2003. And while the building has served us well over the years, the reality is that our building is aging and can no longer sustain the programming needs of our community's youth, and there are no options for expansion or renovation on our current site. Therefore, we are looking to build a new facility that will serve our youth now and well into the future. The new facility will allow us to expand important programs like our family support and reunification, to offer transitional beds and programs to youth awaiting treatment or permanent housing, to offer meaningful cultural and meditative space, and to provide supportive housing for those preparing for independence. As you know, we received a generous land donation from Peter Tygrove. Unfortunately, with other developments in that location, it is no longer appropriate for our building. As a continued supporter of our project, Mr. Tygrove has offered a land swap with the City of Grande Prairie. He will provide land in the Kensington subdivision in exchange for similar land size in Gateway to then be allocated for our new building. The location in Gateway allows us to be in close proximity of the 3 high schools, the new hospital, as well as lots of employment opportunities for youth. So this location is actually a much better fit for us if we're able to move forward. And so I am here today to request your approval of the land swap agreement, which will allow us to move forward with our capital campaign and to put a shovel in the ground in the spring of 2022. I've provided all the details ahead of time. So unless, Sean, if you have anything that you would like to add, I'd really just like to open it up for questions and conversation.
Thank you for that, Ms. Wald.
I don't have
Mr.
anything
Dirksen.
further.
All right. Nothing from Mr. Dirksen. Thank you for that. Sorry, did you have something, Mr. Dirksen?
No, I did not. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. I'll open it up now to council for questions. Very exciting news. Thank you for sharing that with us. And I see Councillor Bressy had a question.
Great, thank you. Yeah, it is very much exciting news that your organization is looking closer and closer to getting a new build that's purpose-built and of the right size and not 50 years old. So that it's exciting, and I hope the best of luck on your project. What kind of timelines are you looking for in terms of when would you need this to be authorized by so that it doesn't get in the way of a potential groundbreaking and doesn't cause serious issues for you?
So we are looking for it to be authorized fairly quickly. We would like to be able to be doing our zoning and community engagement in November if possible. That will allow us to get all of those early pieces done, do all of our final design work, work with our builder in getting everything lined up, as well as to raise the last of the funds needed so there's no delays come spring. So we're hoping that with the information we've already provided, that we're able to move fairly quickly with this approval.
Councillor Dressy?
Yeah, and I guess I'm just it's good to hear that you've got plans for engagement and community consultation. I guess my concern is I'm nervous about approving this before that all happens. And is there any reason from your perspective, I'll be asking our administration if there's any reason from their perspective, but from your perspective, does council need to go ahead with transferring the land before that engagement happens? Or could that come quickly after the engagement should council approve the rezoning and all of those things?
Ms. Wald?
Well, I mean, if that is the option, we also then want to ensure that the land will be there if we go through the work in terms of that community engagement. We already have done some. We've met with Grand Spirit and the Grande Prairie Residential Association, who we would be neighbors with, had really positive conversations with them about possible partnerships, and they were very supportive of it. So we don't foresee any major delays in terms of that community engagement and that rezoning. I suppose that question kind of goes back to you and to administration of, is that a possibility? Certainly the sooner we can start moving forward, the better. And if that means that those land agreements are happening alongside that process, I mean, that of course works for us. We would just like to, of course, have some sense of that, yes, all of this sort of flows through. We are good to move onto that land.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thanks so much, Tanya and Sean, for being here to present on behalf of GPS. My question for you is 2022, all goes well with the land swap and transfer, and your capital campaign is up and running, and we break the ground on a new shelter space that looks like you've thought of everything through really, really awesomely. How soon till we would see the actual new shelter up in place? Would you anticipate a year, 2 years? How long for the building process?
Ms. Wald?
So we've estimated about 14 months for the build.
Awesome. Okay, thank you very much. That's what I wanted to know.
Councillor O'Toole.
Well, congratulations. I hope this all works out for you in the end. I know that this organization that you're part of is really have supported the youth in this community and surrounding area. And I'm hoping for the best for you here. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions for the delegation? All right. Thank you for coming out tonight. Appreciate your information. Just so you're aware, delegation business is handled at the end of this portion of the meeting. You're more than welcome to stay on and watch. If you do, I just ask that you turn your cameras on so we can invite our next delegation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next, I see Mr. Lloyd Jones. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Perfect.
Yep.
If you can just introduce yourself for the viewers, and then same process, take 5 to 10 minutes, and then an opportunity for council to ask questions following that.
Is it okay to share my screen? I have a very small presentation. Yep. Is that okay?
You bet. Just give us 1 minute to get that set up. Yep, you are enabled. Feel free to share your screen.
Okay, 1 second. Well, unfortunately, it would appear that it doesn't like me doing this on my end. If it's okay with you, do you mind if I just talk through my presentation with you as it is?
That is fine. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name's Stuart Lloyd Jones. I'm one of the owners of the Jackpot Grill and Bar and Event Centre in the Richmond Park, Industrial Park. I've just been asked to represent a group of business owners and landlords in the park itself, which includes a few people that you may know. Rhonda Side, Pete Mallow of Side Group and LSM, Ted Coates and Dennis Hussey of Besto Engineering. And we've been meeting regularly over the last kind of 12 months or so to discuss the current state of the Richmond Industrial Park and pretty much the future of this area itself. As I'm sure you're kind of aware or familiar, the industrial park itself has a very rich and successful history here that's gone back over 60 years and has become a very large business hub, representing, from what I understand from the city numbers, the largest tax base or tax contributor in the city itself, and it's therefore a key economic area for the city itself. When we first began meeting, we looked critically at the state of the park itself and what we envisioned for the short and long-term future of the area itself. We broke this down into 3 areas: the past, the present, and the future. And as I've mentioned, it has a significant historic base as a business area in the area with a unique central location, with a relatively diverse mix of businesses, which had a very good flow of traffic that came through the area that was feeding those businesses. At present, if you've been through the area, it's rather unkempt. The properties itself, there are increasing vacancies, and have created an area that is becoming fairly unattractive to new business, and also maintaining its existing enterprises, which is resulting in a lease rate which is being negatively affected over the last 2-3 years plus, I would imagine. So our interest group has identified some immediate needs, such as the upgrading of the internet infrastructure, which I gather TELUS may well be looking into over the coming months or quarters, in order to provide a consistent signal, because one of the big issues that we were finding from our group, of which we had 2 realtors on it, is that a number of transactions had actually fallen foul purely because the internet speed or the connectivity wasn't strong enough and it wasn't going to be appropriate for the type of business that would be coming into the area itself. The other needs that we kind of also have brought up or discussed were the area revitalization and improved business visibility as well. So going into the future, with the support of the city, the Richmond Industrial Park, we believe there's a very good opportunity for the park itself to return to a position as a vibrant business hub, upgrading the overall look and feel to a cleaner, brighter, and more welcoming area by adding amenities such as bike and pedestrian lanes and pathways, landscaping, to kind of re-energize the area itself and create a result where we're able to promote the opportunities into the area, attract new business, either from outside the city in, or even expansion plans from some of the business which are already here. And I heard from 2 or 3 of those business owners that if there's the opportunity and there may be some interest from the city to revitalize or re-energize the area, they would consider putting more money back into the actual park itself. We actually undertook a survey at the beginning of the year, around about March or so, just to see what we could identify as the potential strategies to continue to improve the business environment. But I don't believe it's necessarily the time to go into those strategies or the tactics. But several of these areas that were raised in the survey have remained a central discussion points during the meeting subsequent to that. Interestingly enough, taxation itself was not the key driver. It was obviously an area of discussion, which I'm sure you could probably appreciate. But the key issues were, in fact, putting in place something like a robust incentive program that was going to be financially advantageous to the owner or to the landlord. I think if there was a more robust structure itself, or a plan with incentives, you may find that some of these owners want to contribute more to improving their businesses, the facades, the surrounding areas. Landscaping and cleanup of the area also very important. So it was more of a curbside appeal, would look better for people coming into the area itself, and promotion of the area and signage, just to let people know what exactly is in the area. Because at the moment, I think if you move past or went down the 2 main lines, you don't exactly know what's in here. Beforehand, you might have, because it was a vibrant area, but now as it's starting to ebb downwards, it's been an issue, I suppose, for people coming through into the area itself. And they just want this area to flourish again. They've seen it when it was in its heydays, and they're seeing it now in its decline, and they would like some help or assistance, if possible. So we believe the opportunities, as we've discussed over the last 12 months, is to kind of develop a combination of short and longer term views or opportunities. Some of these, as mentioned, are kind of critical, such as the internet connectivity, and other opportunities at high level and probably would require further discussion and planning with the city, and would include the area of revitalization for the city and local business growth itself, increased visibility the physical and the promotional, broaden the transportation through transit service and pedestrian safety, and transition through the business park itself through sidewalks, lighting, and landscaping, just making it a safer environment to go into. Because one of the other points that had been raised frequently was the security. There's been a lot of crime, petty crime. Not much patrolling goes through here. It also doesn't give a great impression of the area itself. I don't highlight any of this as a roadmap or as the solutions, but really rather a starting point to partner with the city to help or assist with developing some kind of plan as to what we can do and how we can develop this area again. So essentially, the request of our group is for the city to recognise, I'm sure you do, the importance of the Richmond Industrial Park to our business community, the economy, and our tax base, and for the commitment of the city to support a revitalisation plan for the Richmond Industrial Park. We would ask the council to consider, and if appropriate, direct city partners to work alongside us to develop a strategy and vision to secure future developments and prosperity of the Richmond Industrial Park. It's a rather large, broad-stroking presentation, but after speaking with a couple of representatives from the city, we thought the best approach would be just to come in with the bigger piece and seeing if there's anything that we might be able to do going further forward. So that's really all I have to say on our efforts at the moment. Obviously, happy to take any questions. My tenure in GP has only been maybe 2 or 3 years, so some of my local knowledge may be a little lacking. And if those questions you raise I cannot answer, I can obviously find one of my more informed members to help me out, and I can respond back afterwards. So thank you for your time.
Perfect. Thank you for that information, and I'll open it up to council for questions. I recognize Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton, and thanks, Stuart, for coming in and talking about this. Is definitely, it's something that our council has chatted about, and I know our administration's chatted about. It seems like we've got some residential ones that have kind of skipped you in the queue, but unfortunately your slideshow didn't work. But I guess with your group, have you guys got basically a plan of where you'd want to see sidewalks, landscaping, fencing, those improvements that you're talking about?
To be honest, when we had the discussions with, we had 2 or 3 city members that we had brief discussions with. We actually had a meeting with about 10 days ago. One of them was the manager of engineering services and the planning and development manager itself. I think the initial part is to try and get some kind of buy-in, if possible, before we start looking at the specifics of where those sidewalks would go, or a feasibility analysis again on what is the most appropriate course of action for that. So a lot of these areas have been highlighted and discussed, but the actual way forward, we feel that we need more involvement with the city to come up with a more robust plan. And from our initial engagement, they've been fairly positive when we have approached them.
Okay, that's good. You've had some conversations, and if I can just follow up, Mayor Clayton, I'm just wondering if your group is aware that the city has a facade improvement to grant. It used to be specific to downtown, but our council had allocated it to be blanketed around the city. I'm just wondering if any of your group or anybody in the Richmond Industrial Park is looking at taking advantage of that grant.
They have looked at it, and we have ourselves at the Jackpot. So we've invested over $250,000 on the infrastructure, of which we did receive a portion of that back. I think with a lot of the businesses, they don't feel the incentive itself may go far enough financially. I can go back and see where they are with that, if they have taken stock and reviewed this, and I'll find out if anybody is taking it forward. But at the moment, I get a feeling that the ones which have been allocated or issued didn't necessarily move the needle enough in their eyes to help them.
Okay, thanks for that, Mayor Clayton. I may have more, but I'll pop off the queue here.
Thanks for that, Councillor Plott. Councillor Friesen, go ahead, Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lloyd-Jones, for coming today. I wonder if you could possibly forward your presentation to administration to send out to council?
I would be more than happy to do that, of course, yeah.
Thank you. And yeah, the improvement grants that we have are good, but I get the impression this is a little deeper than that, and I want to ask you exactly how deep it is. You mentioned the connectivity. Is there infrastructure concern as well? What is the servicing like in terms of water and wastewater? And
To be honest, I think that is not the biggest concern. The problem with having this patchy connectivity running through the area, and to be honest, it was raised by everybody when we spoke, and we had about 12 people from the area representing their businesses, and each and every one did mention that internet was a real problem. They were struggling to undertake their business to the point where they had to bring in a third-party provider to put masts up and all the other paraphernalia that goes with it. When it comes to maybe the other part of the infrastructure, the water, etc., electricity, gas, I don't believe that's been an issue at all. A big part of the discussion we had was, well, what does the future of this park look like? What type of business would we like to attract potentially? These are the discussions we had with the Economic Development Department. And as we move more into a technology-based, potentially technology-based customer base or client base in the area here, the internet and connectivity, as we all know, is just paramount. And as I mentioned, a couple of transactions had been lost because it just wasn't sufficient. So to your point, it's really at the moment appears just to be the internet connectivity and the security of that. Because security cameras are also, or security systems are also connected to the internet. So when that drops off, which it does, then buildings become insecure and assets become insecure. And we here at the Jackpot have been broken into twice and have had over $35,000 worth of equipment stolen. So I can talk from experience, and I can also talk from the point of view of two other shops in the area have also received petty theft issues.
Thank you. And this is an area I'm very familiar with. My current business was previously located at the south end of Richmond Industrial Park, and we're now just west of you, and I take 97th home every day. Right. All straight shot through there. I think I have the information I need today, and thank you for your presentation. I do look forward to seeing the actual content.
Sure, I'll have that done tonight.
Appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Yes, Stuart, I probably the oldest person on council here that can remember when those roads that you're talking about were gravel and there's no curbs, they were ditches, and the incentive plan was in the mid-'80s, early 90s, to pave the roads and put curbs and gutters in. At that time, it was rocking, and you couldn't drive through the industrial park any time of the day without having other vehicles driving down the road. I'm talking 2 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, or 3 in the afternoon. Things have slowed down a little bit, and the diversification of companies have grown them, and they've moved out of town, some of them. And but in the end, we still have buildings and landowners there. And I know one of the things that I started to talk about in the 11 years ago was to put a road from one side of the railroad tracks to the other by the city services building. And so I'm thinking like you guys, there needs to be some improvement there. It's the money maker for the city, for sure. And it needs to have some convenience items put in there. So I don't think we can do anything at this point in time other than make a motion to bring it to administration. But next council, I would keep the talks going with administration and bring your ideas down and maybe have a group meeting with our administration and maybe even council. So that would be my suggestion to you. And with any luck, I'll be on that next council, and you got my support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you so much to you and the folks you're working with for the investment you've already made in this community and for helping us figure out how we can make it a more attractive place to invest in the future. I'm just curious if your group has had any conversations about similar programs of revitalization of similar aged industrial parks in other communities that you've seen or you've heard of and you think might be good models for us to take a look at and consider. Have you gone down that road yet, or is it still too early to say who's done it well and who hasn't?
That's a good point. And one of the gentlemen that I've been working specifically with, a Chad Sheldon, who came from out of town, he has experience dealing with these types of projects, and he has seen a lot of success. And to your point, and maybe to expand a little bit on it, a big reason why this is probably a great time to be looking at what can be done here and maybe taking example from other cities is that I hope we're all being really positive about where this post-pandemic economic upturn takes us. But with a place like the Richmond, my apologies, with the Richmond Mall itself being a bit of a Goldilocks type of environment, we don't deal with the large, we don't deal with the small. It's a medium-sized company, industrial area. They're taking the learnings from some other places which have done this type of conversion, if you want to put it that way, or revitalize the area. I think it's a very good point, and I'll ask Chad to see if he can come up with more ideas as to how that happened and what kind of results they saw coming from it. But I know there's been a lot of chat and a lot of inquiry coming into the city to both Brian Glavin and to Chad, which are involving industries that are different. They are different to what we have here at the moment, and I think that can only be fantastic news and a great opportunity for us to grasp in this area, again, a more diverse type of business. We're positioned well when it comes down to transit itself, coming in and out of the area itself. And there is a desire to improve the mix of businesses in here. In fact, there was points of looking at maybe rezoning certain areas to bring in a different type of business and turn it into a proper park, business park, not just a light industrial park itself. So yes, absolutely. I agree totally with what you're saying, and I will get them to look into, or ask them, request them. I won't ask them to do anything, actually. Ask them to consider looking into what other areas they may have seen regrowth from a revitalization plan, as an example for us to use.
Thanks, Councillor Bressy. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thank you very much, Mr. Lloyd-Jones, for being here. Councillor O'Toole talked a little bit about it. I've been on 2 terms with him, and he's really been pushing the north-south connection through the Richmond Industrial Park over the last 2 terms, and it keeps getting shuffled down our long-term capital plan. What do you feel about a north-south connector through the Richmond Industrial Park, connecting the whole thing as a means to helping to revitalize the area? Do you think that would be one of the larger things to give more access to people coming through, and rather having to do the loop and the W, as I call it?
I mean, if there was scope to consider something like that, yes. I mean, the more traffic we can drive through the area, the better. When we had a very brief diversion into the park when some roadworks were being undertaken, I think, what road is it now? I'm so fuzzy with the road network here. I haven't been here long enough to kind of grasp it all. I'm sorry. But the road that has Clanfor pulp mill running through. When we had that diversion coming into the business park itself, we saw a spike in business. We saw people coming in who didn't know we were there, didn't actually appreciate that we were a restaurant. I had people from Windsor Plywood who came in for lunch, and some other customers coming in saying, "Wow, we've actually had some business from this diversion that came in. Incredible." Which comes back to my point, I suppose, that one, having a corridor going through would be manna from heaven. It would be fantastic. But any kind of way that we can drive traffic into the area through signage, through lighting up the area itself, I think it all works. Having a big infrastructure change like a corridor would be something we'd all be very happy with. But maybe to start off with, it's those simple changes to start the process of driving that flow back into the area again would be great.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. Sounds like a pretty crucial component to a revitalization plan. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Thiessen. I just have a quick comment. I won't keep you long because it sounds like somebody's trying to get a hold of you. So I will just add a comment. Councillor O'Toole mentioned, and I know last term and this term we looked at through a road of 112th past the City Service Centre, so create connectivity from the north-south. There was also discussions last term about this. So I think it's very timely because not only do you have the interests of those who are currently here, I know that many people that are running for council do watch this as well. So now you become a relevant point of conversation. So thank you for bringing this up. It's a great time for your initiative. So, and as Councillor Friesen requested, if you could get that slide deck to us, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Mayor. Much appreciate your time.
Absolutely. And as mentioned with other delegations tonight, our delegation business is handled at the end of this portion of the meeting. You're more than welcome to stay on and just ask that you could turn your camera off so we can continue on with our regular business.
Thank you again, and the very best with your upcoming elections, Councillor.
Thanks so much. All right. I'm just going to ask now if there's any other delegations here to speak, possibly online. There's none here in the council chambers. But if there's any other delegations online that would wish to speak to council, please go ahead and turn on your camera. And I'll just double check because I know sometimes when you're caught off guard and it takes a minute to turn on your camera rather. Another minute here, or second rather, to see if there's anyone here who wishes to speak to council at this time. Please turn on your camera and introduce yourself. Okay, thank you for that. Moving on now, under reports, there is no items of business. Moving to committee business. First on our agenda for this evening, the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee from September 14th, and Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I move that Council adopt the minutes of the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee meeting held September 14th, 2021 as presented.
Perfect for that. That motion is in order. Seeing no comments or questions on that motion, I will call the question. Please vote. Mayor Clayton votes in favor. And Councillor Friesen, how do you vote?
In favor, thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bressie, you have a couple other items of business.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I move that Council direct the Mayor to write a letter to the province regarding supervised consumption services, their locations, the impacts on our community, alternative ways to address this issue, and the necessity of such services within our city. And just to speak to this from a community perspective, there was significant conversation around the Grande Prairie supervised consumption site and some changes the provincial government's trying to ram through for it. And there hasn't been any consultation with our community about it whatsoever, despite the province saying that that should be a priority for them. Quite frankly, I think the province is very interested in political issues in Calgary, and I don't think it's showing a lot of interest in actual businesses and lives here in Grande Prairie. And so I think the intent of this letter is to try to start a dialogue saying, hey, you guys actually should be talking to us about this because this is a going issue in our community, and please talk to the local community about it, not just the community in Calgary about it.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bressie. Comments or questions on that motion? Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Oh, I had something in my throat there. I think it was a bit of pear. Sorry, it's nothing that's going to concern anybody. No, I totally agree with how Councillor Bressie presented this. We had a good, thorough discussion at committee, and honestly, I agree 100% wholeheartedly with Councillor Bressie's comments in regards to how the provincial government tried to land this on our doorstep. And we do need to have more conversations. Right now, as we're going through this COVID crisis, we also have another crisis where we've lost 3 times as many people to opioid overdoses over the last 20 months as we have due to COVID. So this is a serious health issue that we need to address in our community, and we need our better, higher levels of government engaging in the conversation and working with us towards finding the best solutions, whether that's treatment and care, rehab, or a supervised consumption site like this that isn't just slapstick together. So I 100% wholeheartedly support this letter going forward.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen, for your comments. Seeing no further comments or questions on the motion, I'll call the question. Councillor Friesen, how do you vote?
In favor?
And just myself, and Mayor Clayton votes in favor as well. Thank you for that. Any highlights from your meeting, Councillor Bressie?
Yeah, thank you. We also did have a good conversation with both our own staff representative and also a representative of the contractor about the downtown rehabilitation project. And it is slightly behind schedule, and there were concerns brought to us by the Downtown Association about that. So it was good to be able to answer some questions, get some information. And if anybody's interested in that project, I'd strongly encourage them to go onto YouTube and watch the beginning of the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee meeting held last week. So there's very good information there. But two pieces I will highlight is, well, one piece really I'll highlight is there is going to be some construction, unfortunately, going into next season. But I want to highlight, A, that there is no added cost to taxpayers for that. That will be at the contractor's expense, not taxpayers' expense. And also, it sounds like disruption is going to be minimal. There's no intention to close down the street at all next summer. And for front door business access, there might be brief times where businesses have their front access shut down when the bricks right in front of their door are going in, but there's not going to be a whole street shut down or anything like that again for further construction. So it was good to get some more information and really feel for and really appreciate our businesses that are soldiering on through this. So I also want to thank the Downtown Association for their letter to us and for their continued conversation with us about how we can support their members.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bressie. I just, before, I had a comment on your highlights, but I just wanted to let everyone who is watching know that that previous motion was passed unanimously. It's not jumping up on my screen, so I apologize for that. In regards to your update, I just wanted to update one other thing from your committee, Councillor Bressie, that I think is great information. That Economic Development let us know that last month administration welcomed 27 new businesses to our city. So it's a great sort of highlight, and just wanted to mention that as well. Moving on to committee business. Corporate Services Committee of the same date, September 14th. Councillor Minhas is not here, so I will turn to Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I move the council adopt the minutes of the Corporate Services Committee meeting held September 14th, 2021 as presented.
Thank you for that, Councillor O'Toole. That motion is in order. I will call the question. Councillor Friesen, how do you vote? Oh, it came up. And now it worked. Thank you for that. Okay, and Mayor Clayton votes in favor. And there we go. That carries unanimously. Councillor O'Toole, a couple items of business for tonight.
Yes, we have the Alberta population estimate, and I'm just trying to get some information here. Let me, speaking of e-scribe working, it's just a little confusing for me right now. So we have a motion on the table for council to approve the proposed revisions to bylaw. Council support the Alberta population estimates methodology effective January 1st, 2022, and discontinue the mandatory biannual every 2 years municipal census for the city of Grande Prairie. And that is my motion. Just to speak on it, pretty much self-explanatory that the Alberta census will be taking place every 2 years, which would save the city an enormous amount of money and not having to do it under the city's coffers. And there may or may not be some information that's not going to be in the one that the city does, but at that time when it comes out, we can look at it and see how it affects the city right now. We're uncertain what the questions will be.
Thank you for that. So that motion is in order. I will remind council that Ms. Karbashewski would be happy to take questions in regards to this, but there is a motion on the table. So if there's no comments or questions on that motion, Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I am opposed to this. I think that a census is a cost. It's a $200,000 cost, which is a big number, but in the context of the entire city's budget, if you do it every 2 years, it's $100,000. If you did it every 4 years, it'd be $50,000. I don't think that's making or breaking our operations one way or the other. And I do think that there is information in the census which I do worry about us losing. I think that it's having neighborhood by neighborhood demographics, I think, is important information for some decisions we make. I do understand that through our GIS department, we can get at that data if we so need it. But my understanding is also that we can get at that data, but that's because we've got access to proprietary information that isn't necessarily ours to make available to the business community or the academic community or others that might need that information. And I just don't understand what impact losing the census might have on us. Again, in the future, if we say, hey, we want to get the information contained in the census, a future council could get a snapshot, say, do a census next year and get us that information next year. If that's 10 years from now or however long from now, we'll just get how things changed from 2018 to whenever that next census happened. And maybe that's a big deal. Maybe it's not. I just don't think we've done a good job of talking to external stakeholders, including researchers in our community, about what impact this might have. And so I absolutely think this should be a council conversation, but I don't think we've done enough for me to feel confident in canceling this. I know that our national census, there's been changes to it and it's caused real issues that aren't overcomable by a future government. It's data that we've just lost forever, and it's having real policy implications on our country. I want to make sure that we don't do that at a community level. So I'm not opposed to this idea, but I'm opposed to this motion today.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bressie. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thanks for your comments, Councillor Bressie. I 100% totally agree with you. I think as I did at the committee meeting, I believe that census data for our municipality is, as you said, vital to us being able to plan, prepare, and make decisions. It also works towards advocacy as far as when we see a huge growth spike that might happen in that 4-year window, that we can start addressing it now rather than waiting for the slow gears to turn of larger governments. And this helps us keep nimble. This helps us stay aware, maybe just in the number sense, the population sense of what we need to do as a community to better support our people. And if that's advocating for more grants, if that's advocating our growth rate, there's lots of reasons why it's important to make this investment in the census. And so I'm also willing to engage in the conversation about maybe canceling this down the road, but still I need more information because I know how much information we garner in order to make good decisions for our people. So for all those reasons, I can't support this motion tonight.
Thanks for that, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this motion either, and lots of good reasons have already been mentioned, and I want to put it into a real perspective of how it impacts us. One of the things, one of the decisions that we made this term was to put an activity center in a particular location, and we wanted to be able to have that accessible for young families without us understanding and knowing quite precisely where our young families are relative to the activity centers and the recreation facilities that we have now. We wouldn't be able to make as good a decision. So down the road, we need this information for good decision making. We also want to talk about how and where we increase the density of our neighborhoods, and that's vital for the health of cities, for the health of the core of downtown. We need to increase density. And unless we have the data census over census that is a little more specific than we would be getting from the province, I don't think we have the information that we would need to make really good decisions. So down the road, maybe if we decide that no, in fact, we are good with what we're getting from the province, potentially we can take it out. But it's a lot easier to cut down the road than it is to reinstate and have lost several years of data potentially. So I won't be supporting the motion today. Thank you.
Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I just have a question regarding this. So if I'm understanding this, we were doing a census every 2 years municipally, so that it was $200,000 a time when we did it.
Ms. Karbaczewski.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton, through the chair. Yes, that's correct. We were mandated to do census every 2 years. However, the last census that was taken for the city was in 2018.
Okay, so just to follow up, so in a normal 4-year cycle, we'd spend $400,000 on this. Does that include staff time of administering and looking after the actual census and all the data entry that would go with it, or is that part of the $200,000 every 2 years?
Ms. Karbaczewski.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. The $400,000 is, it includes what we would spend on contracted services and census workers, but it doesn't encompass what we spend as administration.
Okay, and just one other question. So if we didn't do a census in, say, 2023, and the province did a census, would they retroactive us on any, if at that point in time, if there was a census done, would that be retroactive on any per capita spending?
Ms. Karpaszewski.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Municipal census counts do not get used any longer for funding purposes through the province. As a matter of fact, the census office itself is no longer in existence. There is no mechanism for a municipality to report census numbers. There's no deadlines to do them. There's no audit that would be required of ensuring a census is accurate. It's entirely and solely data that would be used by municipality only.
Okay, and if I can, Mayor Clayton, sorry, just on this, so I fully understand. So if a developer came from outside of Grande Prairie and wanted to try to find information, does this impact economic development ability to get them whatever information they would need?
Ms. Karpaszewski.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Through our own services in GIS and ITS, we have the ability to work with the economic development community and business partners to give them information that they would request.
Okay, thanks for that. So hearing all that, I don't know why we wouldn't support this. Administration's brought together, to me, what seems like a pretty easy slam dunk for the city to save $400,000. I really honestly question the folks that say that data was useful. You could drive around our community and figure out where multifamily is going to go or not going to go. You can drive around our community and tell where young families live or not live by just driving through the area generally. And I think proponents that are looking at doing major developments are going to contact our economic development. They're not worried if the average age in Pinnacle is 28 and a half or 31 and a half. That level of detail, I don't think is that important to those groups. I think this is $400,000 and a lot of staff time that I just don't see. As somebody that loves data, I never personally used that data once in a single thing I made a decision on this term. And I would question how much it was really truly used by our organization. So for $400,000 and the time of our staff, I don't know how you can support not supporting this happening. So for those reasons, I will be in full support of this and thank administration for bringing it forward.
I'm just going to insert myself here, and then I'll go back to other councillors. It's perfect timing, Director Glavin. I did have a question for you. As mentioned by Councillor Plott, I'm comfortable that administration had a discussion on this. They were to recognize whether or not it was needed. I'm comfortable to think that administration would recommend that we keep it if it was data that they found necessary. As mentioned, the specific data that we were getting, economic development has, through GIS, opportunities to collect this data. And I'm just wondering, Director Glavin, if through your Department of Economic Development that you're comfortable with this census being removed.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah. Purely from an economic development perspective, here we do have alternative ways of gathering the data through Esri is one of the services that we utilize. That's the city's platform for geographical information services, and that gets populated by data from a number of sources, Environics being one of them. Environics is one of the premier data houses in Canada. That most of the major retailers or site selectors would utilize in making their decisions. So, we already do things like, if we picked any location in the city and we said how many people live within 5 minutes of that location, we would get an output, which for a 5-minute drive time, perhaps if you're a grocer who wants to know how many rooftops are nearby in order to decide whether that area needs a grocery store. So, I would say by and large, purely from an economic development perspective, we can utilize other sources of data. When you start talking about anything on the social side, I wouldn't want to comment, as I'm sure there's some different metrics that might be used, but purely ECDev, we're comfortable with the data that we have available to us through Esri, Environics, Statistics Canada.
Thanks for that, Director Glavin. So given those reasons, as well as the fact other reasons that Councillor Plot mentioned, the savings of the contractual work as well as the savings of our administration, in my opinion, this data, if it's not being used to get support through federal and provincial funding, there's not necessary data there. I think that through economic development, they're comfortable with the resources that they have to collect data, and we haven't heard any other reason this data would be necessary. So therefore, I won't support the motion, and as I see no one else, I'll go to Councillor O'Toole to close. Oh, apologies, Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you. I would just highlight that this has been key to some of my decision making on council. But I respect it hasn't been to others, but just how I've used this as a councillor is, if you look at our last census, we've got a red center core where population declined between the last two census periods, and a green ring one where it didn't. I do look at that when we're debating where do we want to invest in recreation infrastructure. Also highlight that it's my understanding of the census processes is we could use existing resources to figure out where population is right now. I don't think any of these resources that were just mentioned are going to help you if you want to say, hey, where were populations in neighborhoods in 2014? For that, that's what you go back to census data for. And census is used for historical work to understand how the impacts of different decisions change communities. And I don't think it is just about the business community and economic development. I also think that we've got wonderful people at GEPRC who do research about how different policy levels impact youth and impact others. I think that we as a council need to consider when we build a new rec center in in Smith, how does that change that neighborhood? How does a transit redesign change a neighborhood? And those are questions that we might be able to get at with other sources, but I don't think we've had the conversation. For example, maybe there's a possibility through GIS to create a census-like neighborhood by neighborhood report that sits on a shelf and is easy to access when that data isn't available on a private server 4 years from now. I suspect there probably are much lower cost ways to get the information we've got in a census than what we're doing right now of going door to door. I fully acknowledge that a census might not be needed, in fact, probably isn't needed, but I do think that the data that it generates is very useful, and we don't understand the impact of getting rid of it, and we haven't looked at other ways to generate it. And so that's, again, I think it's probably a good idea to get rid of the census. I don't think we've done the proper work of understanding its impacts and looking at alternatives that we should do before we just say, yeah, we're pulling the corn on it.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bressie. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just another question for administration. Councillor Bressie mentioned earlier that maybe not enough research and think tanks have been involved. Have we had anybody reach out to the city as this is normal committee business that would have come on a Tuesday, got posted, was discussed pretty vigorously last week at committee? Has anybody come forward in the community that you're aware of or emailed the city at all worried about us losing the census as a professional organization?
Ms. Karpaszewski.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. To my knowledge and to the knowledge of my department, no one has come forward since the last committee meeting to address any issues or concerns.
Again, Councillor Bressie, I appreciate you may have used it and maybe some other folks on council have used it. I really have to question whether that was worth $400,000 in community's time. And you know what, if this council is wrong in 4 years, like we've done with naturalization and many other things, the next council can change policy and take things back. We lose 4 years of data. To your point, drive through downtown right now, there's vacant land. In 4 years, if there's not vacant land, there's probably a lot more people living there. I don't think we need the data to specifically tell us the age of the people living in those units, but how many units were in downtown. When somebody pulls a building permit on a project downtown and 110 doors go up, we'll know in our system 110 more residents' doors are in that area. And that's the information that the SOBIs and the nationals are gonna be looking for. The information you're looking for, unless you can convince me of how important it is that specifically shows us stuff. I don't understand why we're going against a thing that administration's obviously put a lot of time, thought in, has had no pushback on for $400,000 in one term. If in 4 years we've gone, holy smokes, we really, really missed this information, sure, bring it up again then. But at this point, we might be hypothetically saying no to something that in 4 years had zero impact on our community, and we could just keep doing this. So we've asked this organization through our term to look for things that are redundancies, inefficiencies, to find ways to save money in the community. This seems like such an easy slam dunk, and I just haven't seen anything or heard anything from our legislative services or director that speak anything outside of your concerns of potential lost data. that quite honestly you can visually go see if you're worried about 4 years. So if you're really worried about it in 4 years or in 2 years, make a motion to bring something like this back. But let's try this for a little while instead of just saying no to it today because you're worried about a little bit of data that's lost. It, in my opinion, I don't think anybody in the community is really using.
Councillor Bressie?
Great, thanks. I made my point, so I won't give more debate, but just since the question got asked, I think another important follow-up question to that is, have we had any conversations with GPRC or undertaken any type of stakeholder engagement to ask what impact this might have on external stakeholders?
Ms. Karbuszewski?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Not specifically, no.
To that. I just will interject one thing before I go to Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Bressie, you mentioned recreation and making decisions based on demographics and data. I'm quite confident in the work that Grande Prairie Regional Rec does in regards to assessing needs, and they are another source of collecting data. I think that in our community and in our region, there's multiple layers of data collected. This at almost $500,000 for a little bit of data that I think that you could probably find from a stakeholder if you asked. Seems like an unnecessary spend, in my opinion. Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, thank you very much, and I appreciate the comments made by Councillor Palat and yourself, Councillor Mayor Clayton. When we look at organizations, we got the GPRC for sure. We got the Chamber of Commerce. We've got the sports tourism and tourism itself, and they all collect data. And at this point in time, I think it's a savings of money, and we have been contacted by the citizens of Grande Prairie to slow down on the spending. And here's a prime example where there is data, but it's captured by other nonprofits and other areas of concern in the community, such as the Chamber, the GPRC, that they want to know some information and they can get it. They have. So with that, just one question, and Mr. Karbuszewski, if we decided to come up with a census, and in the past, how many questions were usually on a census?
Ms. Karbuszewski?
Approximately.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Without being exact, about 10 questions.
10 questions. And are they short answer, or are they a yes, no, or click?
They are typically generalized, so asking for an age range, yes, no, and they're also not mandatory. So often in our census, we have a significant amount of data that's not collected when our community residents get to choose not to respond.
Okay, and just one more. So once we decide that we're going to do a census, how long would it take to design the questions and get results?
Ms. Karbuszewski?
We typically try to use the same question format at each census so that we do get that historical data from one census held to another. It takes so previously when census was used for funding purposes through the province, the mandated deadlines to conduct and complete a census were set by the province. That no longer exists. Sometimes those deadlines were challenging to achieve, and it could take anywhere from 3 months to a year.
Thank you very much. I have nothing else to say. I just support this motion. I think it's one of the things we've asked administration to do is reduce costs. And for 10 questions, I think that's a pretty expensive bill to pay for 10 questions. Thank you.
Thanks for that close, Councillor O'Toole. I will now call the question. Please vote if you're able to. Mayor Clayton votes in favor. That motion is carried 4-2. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I'd like to make a follow-up motion, and that is, I'd ask council to direct administration to bring forward to a future committee meeting opportunities to create a public neighborhood-level population and age report using alternative methods. And just to speak to this, I do think that there is use to having easily accessible population data that you don't have to talk to our economic development department and tie up the resources for them to get to, especially when you're an agency that isn't a for-profit business and might not think about turning to economic development. And I totally respect why council doesn't think that something as expensive and time-consuming as a census is why council thinks that's too big of an investment to get that. But if there are ways to get that, for example, maybe there's ways to get that through GIS, and it really are, we're talking hours of staff time and a small licensing fee every year or two. If there's a way to get similar data using a much cheaper, much more efficient thing, I think that would be good for council to know and council to get. And for me, again, I know that anytime we can get a snapshot, anytime we want a snapshot of where things are right now, that's easy. My understanding talking to GIS is I believe it was 2 years, maybe it was 5 years that data goes back. 10 years from now, if we don't have a report that we create that sits on a shelf somewhere, you're not going to get where it went. And if we can get that for a cheap, low cost, I think it's worth us getting. So again, I'll just say my motion again is to bring to a future committee meeting opportunities to create a public neighborhood level population and age report using alternative methods.
That motion is in order. We'll see if there's comments or questions on that. I have one. I just wanted, Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. Thank you for this motion, Councillor Bressie, and it certainly may get at what the gist of our objection was. One of the things as my colleagues were speaking that I heard that concerned me a little and actually alarmed me is that the comment was made that there's lots of nonprofits who are gathering this data and we can go to other places to get some of this data as well, or that's a concern. If we have a number of organizations in the community that are spending their time as nonprofits to gather data that would be made easily available, then we should know that and make sure that they know that as well so that they can better put their efforts into their programs and services. So I appreciate this and trust that if it passes, that the administration will consult with nonprofits to make sure we are understanding what data and information really is needed for not only economic development, but also social programming.
I have a question. Go ahead. I'll recognize Councillor Palat, sorry.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just a question for Councillor Bressie. I appreciate you're trying to get this to a committee, that there could be a conversation, but my concern with that is then it's going to come with a funding source, and we're right back to where we started from. So are you hoping that this is going to have funding attached to it at some point, or is this more of an exercise of conversation?
Councillor Bressie?
Well, it would depend on what staff find. I don't know what opportunities are, but maybe staff comes back and says, "Hey, this actually would be a really easy project, and our GIS department could do that off the side of our desk, and it really is a half day of staff time every couple of years." And that's kind of fingers crossed. What I hope it is that we can get a census-like document that sits on a shelf and is available for use with very minimal and doesn't need a funding source. That's kind of fingers crossed what I'm hoping we can get. Of course, if they came back and said, well, we could do that work, but the licensing costs are going to go up by $50,000 because all of a sudden we're making publicly available or something like that, then yeah, council would have to consider funding sources. But I'm really hoping that there's opportunities to get what a census provides with very minimal and small costs. And if those opportunities are out there, I think it behooves us to take advantage of them. And if those opportunities aren't out there, then I would like us to know what other opportunities exist.
Councillor Palat.
One other follow-up. Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just again, Councillor Bressie, earlier you had mentioned about working with GPRC and other groups to get that data. When I look at this motion, it doesn't capture that. Are you just hoping administration kind of heard that, or is that something you would be layering in later on? Because I did like that part of it, but I don't see it in this motion.
Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, and speak to that, I know from doing social studies research myself that often what a lot of social studies research is about is you're going to government sources and you're dragging up government sources to do your own research. You're not actually going out there and surveying people yourself. You're figuring out where has government collected this data and how can I use it for my purposes. So I think that if we are going to collect this data, yeah, it probably would be worthwhile to talk to GPRC and say, hey, is there more data we want to collect? That is something we certainly could do. But at the very least, I think having a population database that we do the work on, that is what social studies research a lot of time is about.
Okay, fair enough. And just if I can, Mayor Clayton,
Sure.
just a question for Mr. Karbashewski on this end is, when the provincial censuses are done, does the city have the ability to ask for specific questions to be asked on them on our behalf? Or is it just done provincially at a certain level and we don't have a lot of say? Or could council weigh in on saying, here's some additional questions we'd like to have for further research?
Ms. Karbashewski?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. At this point, the Alberta population methodology has been established as a kind of an initial starting point for this whole process, and they have indicated that they are willing to have discussion with municipalities about how to better make this information useful. So, for instance, in our last discussions on age breakdowns, it was identified that the age breakdown from 17 to 19 years doesn't work for us when we're looking to try and figure out who can vote in an election. And they are open to ideas to make it better.
Okay, thanks for that. And it's not that I don't want to support this. I just think there might be other options. And I guess rather than it goes back to me supporting the last motion, is there'll be a cost to this at some point. I'm very confident that there'll be a cost to this. We're going to end up having this come to committee, and then there'll be a dollar tag assigned if we want to move it forward. So I would rather see us try to see if we could work with the province before we did something like this. So I'll just see what other council colleagues are going. I'm not sure I'm supporting or not supporting this one at this point.
I had a question, but unless it's directed to Councillor Palat, go ahead, Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to be real. I just want to clarify this motion that I didn't give specific motion about. I think an opportunity probably is, hey, GIS, go use our resources and create a report based on that. That's a likely solution that I think probably exists. But I was really careful not to say, hey, go and do that to administration. I said, bring forward opportunities, because our staff will know better than us. And I would consider the intent of this motion met if administration came and said, hey, by the way, we've had conversations with the province and they're changing their report and we're going to be able to get this from provincial data. Great, they've made this. If they said, hey, as we talk to the community, we realized that this nonprofit in the community is already generating this data and we just have to make it more public, and we're going to do that, I consider this met. So this really is even though I've suggested one potential solution, I'm really not trying to be prescriptive in this. What I'm trying to say is, hey, I think it's useful if we could get it at a low cost to have neighborhood by neighborhood demographic data. And I think I'd like to know opportunities to get that report. Don't really care how that report gets generated. And so the motion really is worded in such a way to let administration find potential solutions, not to be prescriptive with them.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bressie. I guess my question is to you as well. I like where this is going. I agree that there is, potentially social service questions and data that's required in making decisions. You did mention that there are other organizations that are collecting data. I think that there's an opportunity between administration to potentially reach out to our groups through our community group funding, or reach out through our groups through discussion to say, if you're collecting data, let us house it for you, or let us keep it for you. And that's an opportunity that I don't know if it necessarily requires a direction through your motion. I think that's something that, through discussion with right here, that our director, recognizes that potential. There's an opportunity there, and I have confidence that sort of those kind of operations can take place without direction. I do have some concern that this motion comes back to next council, not a lot of background on it, and it's basically, yes, here's how we collect data. Oh, and we require this money. And they weren't part of this discussion of why the previous motion was defeated. And now all of a sudden, basically, we're back to just bringing forward the motion that was just defeated. So I appreciate, you know, your intent and how you sort of handled that around to be able to get it back to the next council for discussion. However, I think that there's opportunities through administration to reach out to groups to house that data. If once all that data is collected, whether it's through neighborhood associations, social agencies, community groups that we fund, next council sees there's still a void, at that time I'd be more likely to support a motion to go forward to see what that could look like through our increased and enhanced community engagement or whatever that sort of method may be. I think this motion is a little early, so I can't support it at this time. Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, I'm feeling exactly the same way. I think we should put this one to bed and let the new council, whoever that may be, bring this up in a top 10 list of things that you want to resolve in the next 4 years. And but right now, I think it would be too confusing for new council members, and I'm not supportive of it right now.
I will go to Councillor Bressie to close.
Yeah, thank you. It's I think we are creating a gap in our knowledge, and the next council won't even be aware that that gap exists. And I think if we pass this, at least that's flagging for the next council. Hey, this is something that we did, and please be aware of it. And there might be important work to do. I'm not going to assume that work that Mayor Clayton just talked about is going to happen if administration doesn't get specific direction from council that's important to them. Because why should it be important to them if council's not willing to put direction behind it? Maybe I'll close. I'll share 2 ways that I've personally used municipal census data in my career. And in my past career, I wasn't a business owner. It would not have occurred to me to go call economic development and ask about something. But I know when I was a nonprofit director here in Grande Prairie, deciding was I going to put resources into the Comstead High School or the new Charles Spencer High School. I used with my committee and I used with my donors the municipal census to figure out where we were growing in Grande Prairie and where I thought there was growth potential as a nonprofit director. I also got to do academic research back before I dropped out of my graduate studies to be on council. I was doing academic research on the impact in Calgary of a Calgary Board of Education decision to remove junior high schools from certain communities and seeing what impact that had on the demographic. Does it actually matter if you've got a junior high or not? And it was neighborhood by neighborhood municipal census data that I was using to do that research. So those are just 2 examples of how, I don't know if it's useful in a business context, but in the nonprofit and in the academic realm, those are 2 examples how I've personally relied on municipal census data. And I get why we don't see it's worth $200,000 if there are low-cost opportunities to get this. And I think it behooves us to use that. And I don't think we're understanding the impacts that this loss of data could have on our community.
Thank you for that close, Councillor Bressie. I'll call the question. Please vote. All right, Councillor O'Toole let us know that he voted incorrectly. So if we could clear that and ask council to vote again. And that is carried 4-2. Thank you for that, Councillor Bressie. Anything else on that item? Councillor O'Toole, you have a couple other items of business.
Yes, we have a motion here to rescind. So council approved the proposed revisions to policy 313, expenditure controls. From my perspective, this is just a trying to think of the word here. Ms. Karbahushki?
Housekeeping?
Yep. Housekeeping, getting things back in a line. So one policy said one thing, other policy didn't. So it's just a general housekeeping and something that we review. And if you got any more comments, Ms. Karbahushki, could you? Okay, so there we go. It's simple.
All right. So the motion is to approve the proposed revisions to policy 313, which is our expenditures control policy. As Councillor O'Toole mentioned, it's just a cleanup of some language and some housekeeping to freshen up that policy. Seeing no comments or questions from anyone, I will call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Thank you for that. Councillor O'Toole, another item of business you have.
Great. I move the council direct administration to bring back a report with information regarding Wapiti House and provide property values within 200-meter radius for the past 1, 3, and 5, and 10 years and compare property assessment and market values. To speak on this, there's been a lot of concern that property values have dropped in the downtown area, and this would be just an assure that it would give us some proof that they either have or they haven't, and that's the whole gist of why this motion was placed. Thank you.
For that motion, I also see Mr. Smith is on the call if you had any questions directly for him, but I'll recognize Councillor Bressie.
Excellent. I'm glad Mr. Smith is on the call because I had a question for administration. I was kind of hoping that Mr. Smith was on the call. So thank you, Mr. Smith. For me, show my hands a little bit. I'm going to likely be moving an amendment. And my concern is, I think this is great, but there's no control to that 200 meters. So I'd hate to create data and us say, hey, it has no impact because property values went up when they went up more in the rest of the city. Or say, hey, this is terrible, the worst thing ever because property values went down when really they went down everywhere. So there's no control on this. So I think I'm going to move an amendment to also do a study of within 500 meters, and maybe also in the downtown business improvement area as a whole. But I just don't know what scale of work this is for administration at the 200 meters and how much work I'd be creating if I asked for a 500-meter radius and a business improvement area radius. So my question for Mr. Scott is just what's your sense of how much work this could turn into for your department, and do you feel that you have existing resources to be able to do this work?
Through the chair, this would be quite a bit of work if you get into the downtown core in that, because it's a substantial amount of information and properties that would have to be analyzed. Within 200 meters, it seems like a simple request, but given the few properties that they are with the city owning properties within the area, the wide variety and the way we do assessments on a mass basis, it makes it somewhat difficult to prove a decrease in property values. The one property we know that has been affected is a property like Aberdeen Centre. We know their vacancy has increased and rental rates have dropped. That's one property we have made an adjustment to. The remainder of the properties in the area seem to be status quo. We don't hear from the property owners in regards to the values that we're putting on them. In the last 10 years, property values have been pretty stable within the downtown core. You know, they might fluctuate year to year. However, to do a significant study such as that would take quite a bit of resources, and we are going into our busy time of year here, setting the new assessments for next year.
Councillor Bressie?
Great, thanks. No, so I'm definitely not going to be making an amendment for the entire core hearing that, but how significant a process would be a 500-meter radius? Or is there a radius beyond? Yeah, actually, I'll just ask. I guess 500 meters probably actually would be most for downtown core, but I'll still ask that question.
Mr. Smith?
I'm trying to think of how far 500. I have an idea where 200 meters would be. 500, you would be getting into, of course, the more of the hillside neighborhood, possibly into Junction Point, over towards the Provincia building, etc. That would be, probably a more manageable request. However, we would want, our administration may want some direction from council and how they would want this information. Do they want sample properties, total assessments, and because it's if you base it off of total assessments, things change throughout the year. Properties become renovated, such as the property next door to City Hall, Fletcher Building, has been gutted. So that can dramatically affect total assessment within the area. However, if we pick sample properties, we can show kind of how sample properties have been impacted over the years.
Councillor Bressie, are you good with that?
Yeah, so I guess how manageable would it be if I made a motion to amend, saying sample properties in a 200, 500, and the business improvement area? So not asking to do the whole thing, but asking to find a few samples in the entire core in 500 meters. If I made that motion and council accepted that motion, is that something that sounds manageable for your group?
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, if we're told to provide some sample properties, we can definitely, then we can look at providing council with a variety of different types of properties within the area. The thing the council must remember, though, is the way we do assessments is based on a mass basis. So we haven't made adjustments besides maybe one property in the downtown area near Wapiti House. So I think using sample properties, you would see kind of the overall impact of what values have done in the downtown area.
Thank you.
Further questions, Councillor Plott?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton, and I appreciate the questions on that, Councillor Bressie. I was when I read the motion, and I know I appreciate that it was put forward on a committee. That's something that I requested. The sample properties, I guess, concerns me a little bit more than the radius, just because it feels like then we could be targeting specific properties, and that wasn't my original intent. And I don't know how we get around not looking like we're targeting specific areas. After rereading it and hearing Mr. Smith's comments, I think 200 meters really, it gets some residential, it gets some commercial right in that area. It's not a massive swath of 500 meters, but it's enough to tell a story in that area. I do have a question for administration, though. Knowing kind of the intent of what the data we were trying to get at, I'm not sure if this is for taxation or maybe our director of infrastructure or our CEO, but is there something else that the administration feels could get to what council's been kind of talking about at committee and here outside of what we've currently got as a motion? Again, I'm not sure who within administration would speak to that, but I'm just wondering
Mr. Smith, do you want
if
to
there's
take that?
another way that we could do this that would get the community that was information out there in a different format.
The only option I think council might have in regards to this is some sort of third-party analysis of the area that removes the city from the equation. Possibly, it could be an appraisal company, evaluation company of some sort to provide that opinion. Then it's independent of the assessment department. It removes the mass appraisal theory from it. They can do a more site-specific valuation probably than the assessment department could.
Follow up. And thanks for that, Mr. Smith and Mayor Clayton. I'm just wondering, Scott, would you have any kind of idea of what something like that would cost if we went external?
Mr. Smith?
Oh boy. I think it depends on how in-depth the council would want the report to do. Third party will study whatever we request of them. So the more time involved, of course, it'd be more expensive. A commercial appraisal runs $5,000 or $6,000. I would guess a study of a massive area like this, even though it's not a significant area, probably under $10,000. I would guess. That would be my estimate.
Thank you for that.
All right. Further comments or questions on that, Councillor Friesen?
Thank you. I don't love this particular motion, but I may yet support it. One of the reasons why this came forward was that the question of property values was related to the presence of social support services in the area. And that's a much broader and deeper and more nuanced question than simply what we're asking for here. Although the information that we get from this may help us understand whether or not we need to proceed with a more specific and designed study that is third-party based. And I do think that we'd be wise to be doing that going forward anyway, because we're undertaking some significant social support service changes to particular neighborhoods in Grande Prairie. And I think the way to get at that may actually be pursuing an academic partnership, a partnership with an academic institution to do a study. So I'm waiting to hear kind of where this all lands with the final amendment, and I think I will support it. But I do hope that we'll proceed, or perhaps the next council will, with an academic partnership for a third-party study that really gets at what the community is concerned about.
All right, at this point, there is no amendment. So Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I appreciate all the conversation, but I'm going to support the motion as it's written in our e-scribe. I think, again, this is just to get a conversation started and some sort of a starting point of data, so that the next council can set themselves up to decisions. You know, I think there's going to have to be some money spent in that Sunrise or the Wapiti House area on something at some point. This might help us with that conversation. In 4 years, we've chatted about that area, but we haven't had a lot of reports come back that specifically got us into what we're going to do about those things. And so I'm fine with this report the way the amendment, the motion the way it is, because I feel like it's something the administration can do in-house. We're not going to have, there's no date on it. So if this doesn't come for 4 or 5 months, fine. The new council is going to have budget and orientation, all kinds of things going on for the first little while. But I think this is a good segue into a conversation that could lead into other reports. It might just be received for information, probably will be, but it hopefully layers into getting a new council's head around. We're going to have to do something in this area at some point. And so for nothing else, I hope we support that there to give us that data and give us a talking point in the new council to make sure we actually do something about this area.
Councillor Bressy.
Great, thank you. I'm really struggling with this one because I like where it's trying to go, but I don't think it's going where it needs to go, and I'm worried about the unintended consequences in terms of, I'm afraid that this does just become a good talking point instead of good data. I don't think assessment is really the point of assessment is to get mass appraisal, not particular appraisal with particular property conditions. And there really are particulars in this area that I don't think get caught by assessment. And I do worry that without any sort of control in this, with just the story of just what's happened in one specific slice around here, that can be used in disingenuous ways that are damaging to us to actually finding solutions for our community and figuring out what's working in our community. I think if assessments go down, but there's no context for whether or not that's because of Wapiti House or that's a community-wide thing, then that's a really easy thing for opponents of harm reduction to say, see, harm reduction is destroying our property values. Alternatively, if assessments went up or they stayed the same, that's something that somebody could use to go, see, harm reduction doesn't impact the community around it, so why are you folks all talking about community impact? And I think that without a proper control and and proper context and using the proper tool, I really do think that this can do more harm than good to our community's decision making. So I want to figure out how we get the data we're trying to get from this. I just think this is the wrong tool and there's no control. So love the intent. This is one that I don't want to vote no to, but I think I'm a no on this motion.
Thanks for that. And Councillor O'Toole to close, if you so choose.
I will. At the end of the day, we'll have this on an outstanding items list. And if we need to tweak it, Mr. Smith was here, he talked. Maybe he'll have some time to think about a good process. maybe there'll be an opportunity to reach out and find a better solution on finding property values. But I'm going to support this, and I hope we can move on. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Close, Councillor O'Toole. I will call the question. Please vote. And that is defeated 3-3.
Right.
And Councillor O'Toole, any highlights from your meeting?
Yeah, we had the Director Service Area Report. We had Mr. Bowman, Acting Corporate Services Director, present the committee. Under the Finance, Administration has finalized budget review for the corporate leadership team. The next budget update will be in November, followed by the release of budget packages and deliberations. Your procurement, the bid for hired equipment and operators for snow clearing and hauling in the residential neighborhoods has been posted on bids and tenders, and submissions will be accepted until September 29th, which is 8 days away. ITS and GIS, the security network assessment has been completed by the external vendor. Cyber threat analysis and network vulnerabilities are outlined in the report, and internal execution plan is being established. The indoor and outdoor Wi-Fi access points upgrade project has just begun with a target completion of December 2021. Communications and marketing, the next phase of the 2022 budget engagement has been launched in collaboration with Finance. So this was to be an in-person session, and I think it's going to be a Zoom session now. So there'll be more information coming out regarding that. And Corporate Efficiency and Strategies Initiative, the CRM implementation is complete. Transportation and Parks and Transit. And we are currently going through an optimization process with Customer Portal, and we'll be looking to launch that later this month. Administration is in the final stage of negotiations with our ERP vendor and anticipate commencing the planning phases in October, with implementation to start in early 2022. And that is the director's report.
Thank you for that. No questions on that. I will move along to Community Services Committee meeting. Actually, I apologize. I'm going to ask that we take a 10-minute recess. We've been sitting here for almost 2.5 hours. Just a quick 10-minute recess before we finish the rest of our meeting before our recess. So just a quick 10-minute break. Thank you. quicker than we planned. We just wanted a quick bio break, so I think we're good. I'll count us in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you for your patience while we just had a quick break there, as we'd been going straight since 3 p.m. Continuing on with our committee business, Community Services Committee meeting of September 14th, and I will call on Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would just make a motion that Council adopt the minutes of the Community Services Committee meeting held September 14th, 2021 as presented.
Thank you for that. Comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, please vote. Councillor Plott, you have a couple, one item of business for sure. Sorry, my apologies, that motion carried unanimously. And moving on to grant recommendations.
Yeah, so for, during our committee meeting, there was some stuff brought forward for grants for some of our funding for athletes and coach development. So I'd make a motion that Council approve funding allocations of the following amounts: for the Pursuit of Excellence coach funding to Travis Duncan in the amount of $505, Pursuit of Excellence athlete development funding to Nikita Trisick, sorry, I'm probably not saying that right, in the amount of $500, and Pursuit of Excellence athlete development to Ethan Fernandez in the amount of $500. Oh, sorry, those aren't coming up on my e-scribe. There we go. Pursuit of Excellence clinic funding to the Peace Region Dressage Association in the amount of $1,000. Pursuit of Excellence clinic funding to the Peace Region Pony Club in the amount of $1,000. And Pursuit of Excellence coach funding to Sheila White in the amount of $145.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Councillor Plott. That motion is in order. Any comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Please vote. That carries unanimously. Moving on, any meeting highlights, Councillor Plott?
Yes, Mayor Clayton. Director Miller gave his verbal update and just a couple things that had happened. At CKC Field on September 12th, we partnered with the Orange Fitness Center to host the largest outdoor yoga class. We also had the Storm opening on September 25th, and work is underway to host a free home opener pre-game event in the Bonnets Energy Center. So hopefully that's supposed to be going ahead. Facilities are full maintenance and winterization has begun, and both Cell Park shop has been awarded. The new construction of the shop. We also had a really good conversation brought forward from Miss Nyland about a new event, hopefully that could happen in our city, a winter event that would be downtown. So exciting because we are a winter city. I think we had some good conversation about that and an event I'm looking forward to. And after that, I just want to thank Director Miller, as this is our last council meeting. I've had the honor of working with him on this committee, and he's always been great at getting information to me. And I want to also thank Ms. Cajolet, Ms. Bieberdorf, and Ms. Ridgway, who've also been participating a lot through this community living and really appreciate their input and all their work. So thank you for that, Mayor Clayton.
Thank you for that, Councillor Palat. Moving on to the Protective Services Committee meeting of September 14th, and I will move to Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I move that Council adopt the minutes of the Protective and Social Services Committee meeting held September 14th, 2021 as presented.
Thank you for that. No comments or questions on that motion. Please vote. That motion is carried unanimously. Any highlights from your meeting, Councillor O'Toole?
I do have a few items here I just want to bring up. Angela Sutherland is the acting Protective and Social Services Director for that meeting. Under the Community Social Development, smudging of the CCC site took place on September 3rd. Recruitment is underway for the 2021 Youth Advisory Council. The deadline is tomorrow, and all appointed members will receive perks like passes to the Eastlink Center. Enforcement Services Division here, the 2021-2022 school year has kicked off. Staggered re-entry and reopening is complete. Traffic safety in school zones is a priority for the department for drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists. Mobile outreach program, September 21st, will mark the 1 year of a full-time operation of calls for service. And we also had a number of speakers representing different areas of the community. Social development, once again, Acting Protective Services and Social Services Director mentioned that the highlights included City Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee, multiple activities with Youth Advisory Council, and the launch of the Community Care Campus in June, which ties together hundreds of independent social services and programs in coordinated care. Enforcement Services, Mr. Ross Greer, Acting Enforcement Services Manager, presented committee with a Q2 update. Highlights included preparation for the administration, penalty information system program, and proactive patrols with the city's bike unit, and multiple quick responses from officers within the city. Under the fire department, Chief Boysen presented committee with a Q2 update, including mental wellness session for dispatchers, regional hazmat tabletop exercise, and established of an in-house driving program. Under the mobile outreach program Q2 update, Ms. Sutherland also mentioned that highlights included continued response to the community concerns, community engagement patrols, and continual education. And the last was the Superintendent Sean Curry, officer in charge with the RCMP here in town, presented the Q2 update. Highlights included the following community priorities: intelligence-led policing, crime reduction, police community relations, communications and visibility, and community engagement patrols. It was a very informative meeting with lots of good information brought forward, and that is my report for tonight. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Toole. Moving on to correspondence. The first item of correspondence in your package is a letter from Minister Madu in regards to the letter we sent of request for support for the Queen of Courts Bench of Alberta to develop plans for judicial representation in Grande Prairie. As you'll see in the letter, there wasn't really a finite answer in that. They've shared the commitment to continuing to that Grande Prairie will have enough adequate resources for a well-functioning justice system, but at this time it does not seem to be something that Minister Madu was looking at instituting. He did reference that he was optimistic about the Grande Prairie Drug Treatment Court, and that it was, currently being evaluated. Since then, we've already have heard information on that. So that letter is just in your package for information, unless there's any direction or comments. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. No comment. I move that we receive the letter for information.
Thank you for that. That motion's in order. Call the question. Please vote.
Sorry, Mayor Clayton, it's not coming out on mine. I think I'll have to log out and log back in, but I am in favor.
Councillor Bressy votes in favor. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to the second item of correspondence in our package for tonight, you will see a response from the previous Minister of Health, Minister Shandro. The letter is in regards to the capacity at the QE2, health challenges, staff challenges in providing healthcare services. It talks about various operational needs and strategies that AHS is working on. It talks specifically about the Grande Prairie Regional Hospital staffing and that, how the staffing needs are laid out there. He also addresses the fact that the the going forward that an education facility to train nurses and healthcare professions is not going to open to full capacity, but that the facility has been built with future needs in mind. So in collaboration with GPRC is the expectation there that there may be some additional training opportunities. The letter is there for your information. If anybody has additional comments or questions on that letter, if not, I'd just be looking to receive it for information. Councillor Thiessen.
So moved, Mayor Clayton.
Thanks for that. Call the question. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to delegation business. Our first delegation tonight was from Alberta Health Services. Just look to see if there's any business arising from this delegation. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Once again, I appreciate Alberta Health Services coming in. I hope as we go through this, we have more frequent conversations with them. But for now, I just move that we receive for information. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much. That motion is in order. Please vote. And once again, that motion is carried unanimously, and thank you, as mentioned, to Alberta Health Services for coming to see us again tonight. Moving on to our second delegation, Ms. Wald and Mr. Dirksen from the Sunrise House. There was a letter attached in your package with a very specific request. I will look to the group to see if there's any business arising from this request or this visit from this delegation. Councillor Bressie.
Sure, I'm just trying to think of the wording on this. So I'm very open to wordsmithing, but I would move the council tentatively endorse the transfer of this land, subject to the conclusion of public engagement and successful rezoning. And just to speak to this, I really do think that this is a good place for Sunrise House to go. I think that it's makes sense to have youth in close proximity to GPRC, to the composite high school, to jobs, to transit. I also know that the current Sunrise House, I guess I should say, I've never once had a neighbor phone me and say it's causing issues in their neighborhood. I think partly because of the demographic that use Sunrise House, and partly because how protective our enforcement services are of that place, and partly because of how good the staff does of talking to their neighbors and mitigating any potential community impact. And so I'm really confident in this place. That being said, we haven't heard from the neighbors yet, and there always is the possibility that something new gets brought up or a new concern gets brought up. And I don't think it's right to just go ahead and say this development is going there on city-owned land until the neighbors have had a chance to hear about it and formally have their say. So I want to give some certainty that our council sees this as a good place so that the group isn't just in complete limbo as they're going out and doing public engagement. But also, I'm not comfortable completing the land transfer until that engagement actually happens.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Bressie. Councillor Platt.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm just wondering, sorry, I just see it popped in a race scribe. I'm just also wondering, within this motion, we're talking about transferring the piece of land, but I think we'd have to do a land transfer as well. I just want to know if administration, does this capture both the transfer of land to that organization, plus we'd have to do a land swap as well?
So I know Director Manuel is on the call for any questions. There we go, Director Manuel. Would you want to take that one, please?
Yeah, certainly. So I believe that the motion as it's intended to be from Councillor Bressie will cover off, will allow administration to cover off and come back to committee and then to council the various steps that would be required. One component being the rezoning, which can be conducted as the city retains ownership of the land, while at the same time preparing the logistics for what would be involved in the ultimate land swap. And that will require subsequent council touch points with the new council.
Councillor Palat.
One other question, if I can. I'm just wondering, would this saying tentatively endorses give any weight to Sunrise House to move forward? I appreciate we're trying to be fairly loose on this. I'm just wondering for the proponent coming today with Tanya with the Sunrise House, if this actually gives them any value to move forward with the project. I'm just not sure if that does, and I don't know if anybody can speak to that or not.
I see Mr. Dirkson's turned his camera on. Mr. Dirkson, did you have some comments in regards to that question?
Yeah, I did, and thank you very much. You know, I think from our standpoint, the concern would be what type of timeframes we're looking at this. At this point, our board is ready to move forward with our capital campaign to secure the remaining funding, and I think an agreement in principle probably allows us to do that as long as we're at the stage where, you know, as Tanya mentioned earlier in her presentation, able to start digging in the spring of 2022. So, you know, that's where our concerns would be, is that, you know, our next step is going out and you know, approaching the public for some additional funding to finalize to cover our costs, so that we're prepared to actually start the construction in the spring.
Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. If I just, I guess, Mr. Dirkson, if I can just ask, so if we had something in here with the language saying that this that had a March 1st date, like I'm wondering if we need to put a date on this more prescriptively for you guys' campaign, or can you speak to that? I appreciate you guys are trying to fundraise, and it's kind of a chicken and egg thing here. I just don't know how safeguarding the city in this, but also giving you guys some latitude to have a date potentially.
Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Dirkson, and then I had some thought on this.
Okay. Yeah, I think a date probably would address that for the most part. You know, this project has been ongoing for quite some time. I think, as you know, this council has been very supportive of Sunrise House, and I think understands that the need has been in place for quite some time for an expanded facility. Our board has been quite diligent in ensuring that, you know, first of all, we've got our ducks in a row before coming to City Council with our ask, and further to that, ensuring that we have operational funding in place to ensure that once we move forward with the new facility, that we can afford to operate it as well. So there's been many delays as we've gone through this process, and really our funders are anxious for us to get going with it. But we need to finalize these final things so that we can take this next step.
Thanks for that, Mr. Dirkson. I was wondering, Councillor Bressie, if you were okay with sort of a friendly amendment. I'm wondering if potentially that it's council direct our CAO to write a letter of intent for the transfer of parcel land subject to public engagement and rezoning of the land. Then at least with the letter of intent, the organization knows that the intent of the city is to actually transfer this land.
Yeah, and I'm happy for the friendly amendment. That's really what a council resolution saying we endorse. I really does think it's got the same effect, but I don't really care how we do it. But that is the intent of saying endorsing, is saying, hey, our council does put a stamp in. Our council thinks this is it. And speak to it a little bit. It's frankly, we're one of the major funders that has money tied up in this project and want to see it going. And so don't want to slow it down at all. And a question I had for administration is, have we made this land marketable and done the process we need to do so that this transfer can happen quickly when it happens? Because kind of what my hope is if the next council's, the awkward thing is there's an election, we don't know who will be around this table, but if the next council does approve that rezoning, my hope would be that same meeting they could also approve the transfer. But I don't know if there's processes we need to undertake before then. So have we made this land marketable, and have we undertaken the processes we need for a quick transfer?
Director Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Regarding making it marketable, I'm not sure we have. However, that's a pretty minor part of the process that we could do concurrently with the disposition at that meeting. We wouldn't need to do it in advance.
Great, thank you.
Director Manuel.
Just one note to make in regard to the land swap. One of the things that we need to make our way through right now is the receiving parcel, the one from Mr. Tycrow, still requires subdivision. So those processes can occur concurrently, but there still is some procedural things that have to happen in order to make this transaction occur. So it will have to come back to council.
Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, just a question for Mr. Manuel or Brian Glavin. With everything goes smooth, what's the process to have that transferred? Timeline.
Sure. Yeah. So we're going to have to go through the rezoning process, which will be at least 10 weeks to do the rezoning with the public consultation. Subsequent to that, there'll be land titles registration, but that'll be done after we, agree on the final transfer of the land. Land titles is usually 3 to 4 weeks, depending on how busy they are. But the most critical component of all this is the rezoning.
So there's some information for Tanya and Sean. Thank you.
We're just cleaning up the e-scribe here. Just give us 1 second here. Right. So that is what I was thinking, if that's all right with you, Councillor Bressie, that Council direct the CAO to write a letter of intent to transfer the parcel of land discussed, subject to the conclusion of public engagement and rezoning of this land.
Yeah, that friendly amendment works for me, and part of speaking to this is part of it is it's just being honest about where we are in terms of this. Our last meeting is this council, and I think that all of us, unless something really unusual comes up, would likely support this. And I have trouble seeing any of our current candidates being fundamentally opposed to this, but we don't know where the next council is going to be. And I think it's important to realize that no matter what direction we give, we just don't have, with following the legislation, we can't conclude this process this council term. And so I think that I want to give it as strong a support as we can, while still being honest about where the process is at.
Absolutely. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just a question for administration. Fully in support of this. I'm just wondering if this motion still needs to add anything about the Tycrobe land being swapped in here as well. As I'm reading this, it sounds like we're just dealing with our piece of land. I just don't know how administration captures that we're supposed to still be transferring another piece of land over.
Director Manuel.
I think it would be prudent within the motion to indicate the conclusion of the land swap, right? That it's subject to receiving that other parcel of land, not just the rezoning of our existing land.
Yeah, Councillor Bressie, I don't know if you're going to do a subsequent motion on that one or if you had something in mind.
I was just going to suggest a friendly amendment might just be to pluralize the parcel. So we're talking the parcels, not the parcel.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bressie. And if I can, Mayor Clayton, just one other. I'm just wondering, as we do have Sean and Tanya online here, how important it is in your capital campaigning for us to put a date on this. And I guess I'd ask administration if dates work, but I was almost thinking we need to put a date of February 1st, 2022 or something on here. So there's a completion date potentially in sight. I don't know if that's something that the proponents need or not. I'm just trying to think, if they're saying they want to put a hole in the ground by spring of next year, if we tell them February 1, they're still going to have to do stuff. They'll be scrambling to start by April 1st. And so I just wonder if we can back that up, and maybe administration can let me know, would a date be an issue for you guys, and if it wasn't, what's a realistic date that could be added to this?
I'll go to Mr. Dirksen or Ms. Wald first, in your expectations, and then I'll ask Director Manuel to comment.
I can address that, and I think from our standpoint, from the organization standpoint, yes, a date would be very helpful, and the time frame that you're speaking out there would work within our time frame. I think the risk without putting the date in there is this could continue to drag on, and we may run into a situation where delays, we may not be able to line up all of our subcontractors and those things to get that hole dug in the spring.
Director Manuel, did you have any additional comments or information?
No concerns from administration around the timelines. We will be in position to work with Sunrise House to advance the rezoning process as the other work happens concurrently. So I don't think there's a challenge with that.
So then it's Councillor Bressie, if you're willing to have a friendly amendment, or if you wanted to take that amendment yourself.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't really see the need of it, because I'm sure that this will be done expediently by administration, but I certainly welcome a friendly amendment if council feels that that's desirable. Just trying to figure out, maybe it's, I don't know the wording of the friendly.
Is it with the completion of the transaction no later than February 1st, 2022? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Just take a minute for our clerk to get that in there. So 1 second. Yep, perfect. Is there any comments or questions on the motion in the e-scribe as written? Seeing none, I'll call the question.
Actually.
Oh, apologies,
sorry.
Councillor Friesen.
No, that's okay. It did come up now. I was going to ask for it. Got it now.
Perfect. Oh, there we go. That's carried unanimously. Thank you so much for your time tonight. Moving on to
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Moving on to our third delegation from tonight, Mr. Stuart Lloyd-Jones and Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. So to be honest, I drive through this property or through the subdivision all the time, and hadn't really thought about it in terms of some revitalization. But I think that may be in order, and I would like to move that administration bring forward just a high-level estimate for an area revitalization plan to next budget. So that's the 2022 budget, for the fall 2021 budget discussion.
All right, I'll just see. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Love the intent. I'm just wondering, Councillor Friesen, so you're wanting this to come to budget in like 2 months or in 14 months?
Councillor
I think
Friesen?
it can come. Thank you. I think it can come to budget discussion this year if administration indicates they would have time to do that, and it could be put into any year depending on council's discussion and decision. So I guess then my question is, Director Glavin, would that be doable for this fall?
Director Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I think a lot of it would depend on scope. So, how broad or what things would be included in, terms of reference per se on what this would entail. It really comes down to how much infrastructure we're talking about putting in, if that's what we're doing. So if we're talking about doing, new sidewalks or new lighting throughout it, how many linear meters we could come back with unit rates as, how much roughly it costs to do, a meter of sidewalk or pathway or a light standard or whatever. So if that's the intent, we could certainly come back with something to that effect with some estimates. If you were to do, 5 kilometers of sidewalk, it would cost you X dollars. So if that's the intent, we could come up with very high level estimates of what that could look like.
So, yeah, I mean, a high level really is what I'm after. What kind of engagement would you have with the property owners in the area as you undertake an estimate?
Director Glavin?
So, in a normal capital project that usually involves replacement, there's typically not a lot because there's a standard already developed for, what the road cross section looks like. It's just a matter of going in deciding whether that road is ready for rehabilitation or not, or the sidewalk or whatever piece of infrastructure. And then we go and we include that in our capital plans and tender it and get the work done. For new infrastructure, so for example, stuff that we did this year for the grant programs for ISIP and MSP, where we put in some new pathway connections across the city, largely relied on existing plans and council input to do those. So in this instance, what they're asking for is some sort of strategy to revitalize the area. So I think there would need to be a decent amount of consultation with them and what exactly they're looking for with a little more detail. Like, we have been meeting with them for over a year. So we do have a sense of some of the things that they're looking for. Some are not particularly capital intensive, others could be. And I don't think they're looking for an area redevelopment plan as in the context that we have for College Park. Because that involves typically looking at land use as opposed to looking at ways that we might be able to spruce up that neighborhood. I'm not sure if that kind of answers your question. But long story short, we would not typically do a lot of engagement or a capital project for general maintenance or rehabilitation.
Councillor Friesen,
So
something else?
Thank you. It did sound to me like it was that more sprucing up kind of idea, and my thought is more like what we've done with downtown, just giving it a bit of a treatment, if you will. So what, and I can happily withdraw the motion if that's not appropriate. Is it maybe simply to ask administration to come back with recommendations?
If I may, I think that what would be useful for this project is to put together a team similar to the complex projects team that we have in the city to deal with some of these issues and come back with a strategy for council's consideration. So we work with this group in conjunction with that team and come back with some recommendations that council considered for putting into budget. Coming back with a lot of detailed recommendations to this budget might be challenging, but we could certainly start that work sooner than later.
So just go on outstanding, I'm with then. All right, then I withdraw that motion, if I may. Mayor Clayton, make a
Go
move.
ahead. Absolutely, Councillor Friesen.
Right.
I have 3 people in the queue, but you go ahead.
Oh, well, if there's more discussion to be had prior to, I'm okay to listen to other colleagues' thoughts on this.
Sure. I have Councillor Platt, Councillor Bressie, Councillor O'Toole.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Appreciate the ambitiousness of what Councillor Friesen was trying to get to, and I like that we're trying to get to that level. But I think, when I look in the package, I think the gentleman that Stuart that come in almost feels like he wrote the motion for us. So I'm just going to read what's in our package and say I think.
Sorry, just 1 second. We do have a motion on the floor already. Yep.
Sorry.
Council direct administration bring forward a high-level estimate. It's withdrawn? Okay, my apologies. Councillor Platt, go ahead.
Okay, so sorry. I just, if that was withdrawn with Councillor Friesen, I'd like to just make a motion that we would like the council to direct to the appropriate city departments or standing committee to work with the Richmond Industrial Owners Group to draw up and develop a Richmond Industrial Park revitalization strategy. And I think that could be the starting point for it. I think that's kind of what they're asking for. I think that's a good starting point to get it to a standing committee. That'll probably lead into engagements and all the other things, as we've got in our budgets and our council docket later tonight about another redevelopment that we're looking at doing. And they take quite a while to go through by the time we do engagement and stuff, and I don't know all the steps. So I think that motion just kind of gets it into play to get it started, and then it lets administration work with proponents to move forward.
Perfect. So I will go to, that motion's in order. I will, Councillor Bressie and Councillor O'Toole, before we discuss the motion, did you have other business that you wanted to discuss prior to discuss the motion? Okay, so Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, I'm very supportive of the motion. Some of my concerns would be, what is the timeline, and are we going to be doing this in phase, and how much of the area are we going to do? Because some of that area was developed in the 70s, and some of it was done not that many years ago. So we need to have a little bit more information, and I'm glad that they have taken the advice of talking to a couple of different departments in the city's organization, and there is a conversation happening. But as for what's next, I'm happy with bringing it to a committee in the future and opening up the file and looking at it a little deeper. So I'm supportive.
All right, Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely supportive of coming up with a strategy and seeing what it costs might make. At the same time, though, I want to see this happen, but I'm also very conscious of fiscal crunches we've got in a city. We're about to lose $4 million per year in infrastructure funding from the province, and $4 million is a huge amount of money, especially when our RCMP costs are about to go up by 30%. And I think the hard decision for our next council is going to be, how do we make up for that? I also think there's going to be a hard conversation to be had about, do we invest in this industrial area, or do we invest in Hughes Lake, or can we afford to do both, or can we not afford to do neither? And so I definitely think that I want work to be done to figure out what could revitalization look here. But I just think, especially when the province has taken away $4 million per year in infrastructure funding, I want to acknowledge how hard it is going to be to figure out the funding for this. But I think that it's work worth doing.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, that's my name. Thanks, Mayor Clayton. JC and Christy together here. I'm in support of the motion, but I'm going to propose a friendly amendment just to sort of tidy up the language, if I may. And that's, it reads Council direct administration to work with the landowners to develop a Richmond Industrial Park revitalization strategy. Oh, that just changed. Wow. Okay, good. Never mind. So I'm going to wipe that off the board. Thank you very much, Ms. Karbaszewski. The big Karbalabowski here is working ahead of me. Sorry, I retract all my statements, and I'm in full support.
All right. Further comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. So thank you to our delegations for coming in tonight. So there are no notices of motion. We do have a normally scheduled recess right now. However, we are going to go to our scheduled delegations as they were scheduled to be here at 6 o'clock, and then we will take our recess. So I did see earlier Mr. Mildenberger and Mr. Griffiths. So if you'd like to turn your cameras on, introduce yourself for anybody who may be watching from home. And then, as with the earlier delegations, take 5 to 10 minutes to address what you'd like to speak to council about, and then council will have an opportunity for questions. So good evening and welcome, and please just introduce yourself.
Well, good evening, Your Worship, Mr. Mayor, Jackie. I feel like I've known you forever. Anyway, my name is Ray Mildenberger. I serve on several boards around in this community here, whether it's the Grande Prairie Storm or the Petroleum Association, and also with the Grande Prairie Curling Center. But what I want to talk to you about this evening is about a partnership proposal that we are bringing to council. And I'm going to give you just a quick overview before Colin jumps in and gets to the meat and potatoes, so to speak. First of all, this is about the 2022 Men's and Women's Provincial Curling Championships, which are going to be held at Bonnett's Energy Center from January 3rd to 9th. And we were fortunate enough to be selected as the host venue for this event. And so anyway, Curling Alberta has been working with us tirelessly on this, as well as Colin. I'll tell you more about him in a little bit. But first ever time it's been held as a joint event. So what we're going to have is we're going to be holding it in Bonnett's Energy Center. Of course, restrictions pending. We're hoping to have a large audience attending as well. And I'm going to talk about some of there'll be 12 men's teams here, and some of those teams, of course, have gained some notoriety over the years. If you're a curling fan, you've probably seen the likes of Kevin Toohey and the likes of that. Brendan Botcher, of course, representing Canada right now. But anyway, these are the likes of the teams that are going to be playing in this tournament. And once when the winner is finally determined, they'll of course go on to represent Alberta in the Brier, and then possibly on to the Worlds. And this event is sponsored by Boston Pizza as well as Best Western. So we're happy to have that participation. Second, and not least, of course, is the ladies' side of this event, which is the Sentinel Storage and Scotties Tournaments of Hearts aspect, and there'll be 8 teams, and the liking of the same. We're going to be having some championship teams playing in this event as well, and we have local ladies are going to be possibly involved as well as the men. There'll be local aspect to this as well, and so we're pretty happy to have this event here because number one, we're going to be able to see the best curling teams in Alberta and possibly represent us on the world stage. And secondly, speaking of the world stage, this also is an event which brings up the Olympic qualifying. So we're happy to be able to reflect that. What I really want to talk to you about is how we want to get together and promote our investment for our region. And so what we're going to showcase basically are our community and how our region is growing, and how Grande Prairie is essential to this region, be it the County of Grande Prairie or the MD of Greenview, or even as far north, the Peace River high level. We have all kinds of participation. We have about 1.5 million curling people in Canada, and of that, and then you add on to the top of that 13 million of Canadians that tune into the various championships that are held during the weekends during the winter time. Quite a little fan base that's garnished from that. And so the nice things about these is not only is it going to be a provincial event, it is televised via Sportsnet, and it'll be televised locally as well. There'll be live streaming going on, so that live streaming right there, of course, opens up the world. So we have participation in that respect. So the viewers all over the world, you're looking at, possibly 72,000 people streaming in at a time. And myself and our host committee are pretty proud to be pretty excited actually to be able to host this event and showcase our city and our area. And I'm going to pass the torch over here to my esteemed colleague. I'm going to introduce Colin Griffith. I'm not sure if anybody knows him very well or not, but he's actually come from British Columbia, and he's served on various city positions, Fort Nelson, Fort St. John, and we were lucky enough to have him at the Grande Prairie Curling Center. Now at the Curling Center, he's our executive director. So he comes to the board meetings and gives us guidance and insight on various things as well. He's also the event manager for this upcoming event. And I just want to point out the fact that he put some tireless hours into getting this event to Grande Prairie, and as a volunteer. This poor gentleman has put these hours in, and definitely not getting paid just like the rest of us. But anyway, he's put this together for us, and he's going to continue on with the explanation of why we're here with you tonight.
Great, thank you for that introduction. Mr. Griffiths. Oh, just Mr. Griffiths, just turn your mic on, please.
Sure.
There. Am I on?
Absolutely.
I am digitally impaired, so you'll have to excuse me. Mayor and Council, it is a great pleasure to be able to make this brief presentation to you about the major event that we're hosting. And I would like to preface my remarks by saying that the Grande Prairie Curling Center is basically, I don't want to say indebted, but we are supported by the city to an extent that is the envy of curling clubs across this country. And certainly that has to be acknowledged. This facility is in excellent condition, and the club is moving forward to ensure that we increase the participation and grow the sport and better utilize this major investment that we have here. In terms of this combined men's and ladies championship, just to put it into a little context, it is one of a whole series of major championships that's coming to Grande Prairie. The city is hosting the Pinty's Tour Challenge. I understand it's next October, and certainly we will be working in conjunction with the city in terms of providing a lot of the volunteer support and in any way we can. In addition to this, we are going to also be hosting the Master Men's and Women's Provincial Championship in 2023 and a number of qualifying events that lead up to provincial championships. So we think that is a significant endeavor in our campaign to improve the focus and the participation in the sport and to take better advantage of the excellent facilities that we enjoy. Going back to the specifics of this event, we have an excellent host committee under the chairmanship of Ray Mildenberger, and we have a tremendous involvement already in terms of volunteers. We certainly are moving forward in an environment that is relatively uncertain in some ways because nobody can predict what is going to be happening with restrictions. But regardless of that, there is a contingency plan in place, so we will be going ahead with, I think, a completely positive attitude that we will be able to organize things to deliver this event successfully. The event of this nature is always supported by the community. And it goes without saying, whether it's Westlock or Edmonton or any place that major championships are held, there is a level of community support. What we are endeavoring to do is to basically change up the approach slightly in the sense of making it more of a direct partnership with all of the local governments in the area, as well as the Chamber and the Tourist Association. And we're trying to engage those 5 organizations in a combined effort to best represent Alberta, or the Best of Alberta event. And this is the label that we put on it because we think it's very appropriate and actually being from the Peace region. So we are proposing that there be some direct benefits to the participants. And it would start with the fact that we have this national TV exposure. And if you've watched curling, you will see the ribbon advertising that is basically takes place in the ribbon advertising where all the corporate logos are streaming along what is one side of the boards. That's in full camera range. And what we're proposing is that we will install a 6x10 digital screen that will be programmable by the 5 organizations for the sole purpose of marketing and promoting the region. That will be picked up on national TV and on all the streaming of the 22 games that take place, the 22 draws that take place in the center. We also are going to be hosting a fundraising event in mid-November as a preface, if you like, to the major event. And we're suggesting that should be jointly sponsored by the 5 partners, and that it would go so far as to see 4 curling teams sponsored by each, right? And then we would be looking to the corporate sector to come up and match the number of teams, and then we would have a major fundraising activity taking place, and we would work out the details with the organizations to ensure that their profile was front and center in terms of assisting with the development of the funding for the hosting of this event. In addition to that, we will ensure that each of the organizations has a special day and hospitality opportunity in the Bose Center, and the allocation, if you like, for one day of all of the draws of 25 VIP seats at the end of the curling facility, so that you can look down the ice and really get into a better appreciation of the difficulty of the shots that are being played. So that's an overview. Beyond that, we have a corporate sponsorship program, and we have synchronized that with the sponsorship within the club, so that when our campaign is underway, we're approaching businesses once to both support the sponsorship and the advertising within the club, and as well as the major event that we're hosting. So we are basically trying to encourage, if you like, a regional approach, and we are working in a time frame and in a period where it's like we need to restart a lot of the interests we have. We believe that in our region we have a tremendous body of people that are interested in the sport, and we certainly think we have a great number of curling fans. And we really are looking forward to providing an opportunity to bring a high level of competition, a great social experience, and an exciting time to the city. So I would suggest that that's a snapshot of what we're doing, and we're certainly open to any questions you might have.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. I will open it to council for questions. And yeah. Seeing none, I appreciate your presentation. I apologize, Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you for coming tonight to the council, and I guess you could say bragging about the event that you're proposing. And I'm very supportive of this. I'm very supportive of the last major curling events that you've held in the city. And I'm very proud of the facility itself. So best of luck, and maybe we'll see you on TV being interviewed, and you'll be all over Canada, maybe the world. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Any additional comments from council? Seeing none, I want to thank you for coming tonight. Just so you know, our delegation business is done, dealt with at the end of this portion of our meeting. We are going to take a recess right now. However, if there's any action or direction that comes out of your presentation, administration will follow up with you. And otherwise, you're more than welcome to listen to the rest of our meeting. I just ask that when you come back on after our recess, that you turn your cameras off so we can continue on with our other business. So thank you so much for coming tonight. I appreciate your presentation and look forward to seeing you both soon. Thank you. And with that, council will now take a recess. We will rejoin again at 7 p.m. Thank you so much. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good evening and welcome back to the council meeting of September 21st, our evening portion. First, under unfinished business, item 14.1, the Southwest ASP Amendment Bylaw 1066-13. I will turn to, so council postponed this and it's currently back. I don't know if anybody needs any additional information or introduction, anything from administration. Seeing nothing, I would be looking for some business arising. Thank you, Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council give third reading to bylaw C-1066-13, being an amendment to the Southwest Area Structure Plan.
Perfect. Thank you for that. So that motion is in order. There is no debate on first reading. I apologize. This is third reading. There is debate on third reading. And I will look for Councillor Bressy's comments. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, for me, I'll keep it brief because I argued long when we had second reading. But for me, I still really am concerned. In general, I really do support the idea of letting the market decide what goes where. And I know that we've got issues with multifamily sites sitting vacant across the community. And in general, I think that we should be working with the market to rezone those as appropriate. That being said, this is right across the street from literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer investment in schools and a recreation center, and very close to one of the jewels of our community, which is South Bear Creek Park. And I think that with how much investment has gone into the area to make it more valuable, we really do have more, we should have more say here than we do in a random neighborhood that's completely developed privately. And I think as our community grows, I really do prioritize letting people of all incomes be really close to schools and be close to our recreation center. And so I really think the council should be preserving multifamily opportunities in this neighborhood. And so I'm almost certainly a no to all three of these things here, but I'll just argue it this once.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bressy. Any additional comments or thoughts on the motion? All right, seeing none, I'll call the question. And that is carried 5-1. Councillor Thiessen.
Oh, you caught me with my mouth full, sorry. I would move the second recommendation that council give third reading to bylaw C-1383A, being an amendment to the Stone Ridge Outline Plan.
Great. Comments or question on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that carries 5-1. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I'd move that council give third reading to bylaw C-1260-137, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
That motion is in order. I will see if there's comments or questions from council. Seeing none, I will call the question. Please vote. And that carries 5-1. Moving on to our next item of unfinished business, bylaw C-1406. Looking for second reading and third reading on the bylaw C-1406, as well bylaw C-1260, the amendment to the land use bylaw, as well as an amendment to the additional 1260. I apologize, I'm just reading here. 1260-141 at this meeting. So I will open this up for business arising. Councillor O'Toole.
So I move that council give second reading to bylaw C-1406, being the College Park Area Redevelopment Plan.
All right. That motion is in order. Any comments or questions on second reading? Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I just make a comment on this. I know that we had a lot of delegations come forward to speak against this, but just from my own experience and other area redevelopment plans, especially when we're talking about Hillside in my most recent memory, I see the vast improvements that have happened to that neighborhood and the opportunities that are there for the local homeowners that live in the neighborhood, as well as people who are investing in improving that neighborhood as well. The city was pretty deliberate in planting more trees in the area and making it more of a neighborhood lush feel. And with the amendments that were made at the previous council meeting to add more trees and otherwise to the area, I think we were addressing some of the concerns that were addressed by our delegations. And I would encourage council to support this, and let's make that part of our city and our jewel near Muskogee Park to shine. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Thiessen. I must apologize. I intended to remove myself from this conversation as I live in the College Park area. I know that Councillor Bressie started the, I think that you were chairing when we first started this because it would have been under infrastructure. Is that correct?
No, I believe Councillor O'Toole chaired.
Okay, well, Councillor O'Toole is the deputy, so I will turn it over to Councillor O'Toole to finish chairing the business arising in regards to the College Park. I will remove myself from the chambers and apologize for that. I will be back.
You are excused.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Plot.
Thanks, Chair O'Toole. I'm just curious, as there's been a change there, if we need to have somebody else make the motion now.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor. The vote is still in order, or the motion, pardon me. The motion does belong to this council, regardless of who made it. It was made prior to Mayor Clayton's declaration for conflict of interest. So we can proceed.
Thank you for that, Ms. Karaszewski.
Okay. Well, anybody have any else to discuss? Then we'll move on. I'll call for the vote. Thank you. And that is carried 5-0. We'll move on to the third reading. Oh, so we got Eunice is in there. Thank you very much. Little confusion down here, sorry. Councillor or Mayor Clayton has left the room. We just voted. So in case you didn't catch that, she's dismissed herself from this this vote.
Are you addressing me, Councillor O'Toole?
I just wanted to let you know that we had voted, and I didn't see you until just now because you were on Zoom. But Simon has done wonders and brought you right to my attention.
I voted.
Yep. It was a 5. We're good. We'll move on to the second vote.
I'm with you, O'Toole.
Okay. I move the council give. No, I'm not going to do that no more.
Let me take that. From
yeah,
you there,
please do,
Mr. Chair. I would move that council give 3 readings. Ooh, third reading. Ooh, there's just sorry. That's what happens when you get stuck reading the readings. Sometimes. So I move that council give 3rd reading to bylaw C-1260-140, being an amendment to the land use bylaw. Well, see, now we're all messed up.
Just you.
Okay, so I would move that council give 3rd reading to bylaw C-1406, being the College Park Area Redevelopment Plan.
Thank you. That's in order. And any discussion? I see nobody talking in chambers. Councillor Friesen, any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the vote. And that carries 5-0. All right, we'll move on. Councillor Thiessen.
Back to the future. I would move that council give 3rd reading to bylaw C-1260-140, being an amendment to the Oh. Oh, see now maybe Wade, you should take this, but okay, I'll move that council give first reading to bylaw C-1260-140 being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
All right. Is there any discussion? There you go. You think we got 4 years in and we would know this by heart. Yeah. Okay. We'll call for the vote. Councillor Friesen, have you voted?
No, it's not showing on my e-scribe. I'm in favor.
Okay. 5-0. Carried.
Thank you very much, Chair O'Toole. I would move that council give second reading to bylaw C-1260-140 being an amendment to the land use bylaw. Okay. Just speaking to this motion, I believe some of these amendments cover what council had discussed at the previous council meeting, and I'm just going to quote it because I loved it so much in the last one. In regards to this, it's a little bit about density, but it's about not losing the design war and improving the character of the neighborhood and giving those opportunities to those who live there and those who want to live there. So I would encourage everyone to support this. Thank you.
Mr. Bressy.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm just moving between documents that keep on closing on me. I'm gonna move an amendment, and just love to check. I just love to check in. I don't know if this be our clerk or Mr. DeRoche if he's on right now, but I'm gonna move the amendment that was recommended in our package for discretionary use. This would be the bylaw that I'd want to do that correct.
Mr. DeRoche, Reed, I was wondering if you could answer Councillor Bressy's question. Okay, so he's out.
Well, sorry. Then I'll just. I feel fairly confident. I was just double checking. I'll just double check maybe with the recording section.
Just repeat the question.
So I'm gonna move the amendment to make up-down front-back orientations discretionary use committee, which is at the first motion that's presented as an option at the top of page 3 in our supplementary report. This is the bylaw I want to do that with, right?
Mr. DeRoche.
Thank you, Chairman O'Toole. Yes, C-1260-140 is the correct bylaw for making up-down multifamily buildings discretionary, if that is what council wants to do.
Great, thank you. In that case, if I may make a motion, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome. I would move that council amend bylaw C-1260-140 to include the following as section 4.6.1C. Multi-attached dwellings with front, back, or up-down orientation shall be discretionary committee in this overlay area to allow for consideration of the proposed design, as well as the proliferation of this form of development within the area. And just to speak to this, I think there was a well-put statement in our public hearing that if we're gonna lose the density war, we need to win the design war. And I really am worried about proliferation of certain forms of housing in this neighborhood. This is a neighborhood that there should be rental housing available in every neighborhood, and especially a neighborhood this close to Muskogee Park and this close to the college. Rental housing is important, but this has almost double the rate of rental housing than anywhere else. Or sorry, I shouldn't say that anywhere else, but double the rate of rental housing than the average of our community. And I also think that home ownership opportunities need to be preserved. And I really am worried that if we see nothing but duplexes and threeplexes and fourplexes, it'll turn into, there won't be opportunities to buy, to own in this neighborhood. I think that would be a real shame. And frankly, I don't want it to end up like South Avondale. I wanted to be a neighborhood with unique character, with lots of variety in it. And sorry, I'm losing my train of thought, which is unusual for me. Usually I could ramble through anyways. But yeah, for me, I think that development in this neighborhood could happen very quickly. We've got some open lots in here. We've got some houses that are potentially ready to pull down. And what's challenging to me is we're also in a challenging economic time, and I think there's business models that can make 3 or 4-plex make a lot of sense and be upside on the numbers even in a down time. And I'm really worried that we could quite quickly see this opportunities to develop home ownership opportunities such as row housing, such as narrow lot single developments pop up very quickly. And it's something that I'm not comfortable giving up control over. I think that I would like to have committees finger and nose in this. So to make sure that design is upheld in this community, I'd encourage council to pass this amendment.
Thank you very much. Move on to Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Chair O'Toole. I guess my concern with this motion, Councillor Bressie, is that by making this discretionary, it makes it very difficult as a developer. So to give you an example, somebody decides to buy a vacant lot, they want to put a 4-plex on it, they've spent money to get design work done to come, and now it's discretionary and it could die there. And the fear for me is if it's discretionary and we're trying to redevelop an area and we make it onerous, it might not work. And I'm really worried that I think if we start making these discretionary, you might actually stagnate a lot of lots. And that's the exact opposite, I think, of what we're trying to achieve here. So I'm struggling with, I appreciate your intent. I don't know if I can support that because I actually think it'll do the opposite of what you're hoping. I guess it'll do what you're hoping, the fact that we might not have a proliferation of a bunch of 3 and 4-plexes. We just might not have any development either, because it would be very scary and risky for somebody to just go out and try to buy a lot and go through a discretionary process. It could take 2-3 months. It's for infill style projects. That's enough of an inconvenience from the folks that I've seen that do infill. That's enough of an inconvenience. They might just not want to do it. So I just be very cautious about that. I'm also really cautious. I think that, that we had a really good group of folks come in here. If the proper design standards are administered, whether it's a duplex, a single family home, a 3-plex, a 4-plex, they work. It kind of seems counterintuitive to the last motion you didn't want to make happen because there was all that infrastructure in that area and you didn't want to densify it. You wanted more commercial, didn't want houses in that area, multifamily in an area. You wanted to safeguard multifamily in an area. And yet by doing this, you actually might be creating a lot less density in an area that's right near a college and a hospital and all those other things. So I'm a little bit confused by that, but I won't be supporting the amendment. I think it just makes it difficult to actually develop in that area if you start making everything a discretionary use.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Chair O'Toole. I'm really torn. I was like, yeah, that's a very thoughtful amendment, Mr. Bressie. I like that, and I don't mind having my fingers in the pot of that. And then Councillor Palat over here made a very equally excellent point as well. So I guess I'm sort of on the fence. I think one of the things that is going through my mind right now as I prepare to vote yes or no to the amendment is the design standards that the city has already set for houses that happened on the previous council. I know there's a couple streets in that College Park area that takes up the majority of the rental houses, and they're not the prettiest houses. They're like big, nasty looking duplexes. I'm sorry to anyone who lives there. There's not a lot of character to the homes, and you know that it's just like low income family rental housing in a good area. And I think that's what the neighborhood was fighting against. So in speaking to that, I feel like we have the design standards already set up in our land use bylaws as far as the bare minimum of what developers have to put into it. I do like having my fingers into the development world, and I think it would give the neighborhood a bit more confidence that they're not going to see a whole bunch of high-density homes show up in the area. So I know where your heart's at with that, and I know where Councillor Platt's head is at with that, and that's where I'm torn, is between your heart and his head and my heart at the same time. So I'm going to listen to the debate progress, see if our chair has anything to throw in, or Councillor Friesen, and we'll go from there. But there's merits to both arguments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to exactly echo what you had to say. I was a little concerned at first. Councillor Palat brought up some information that I find actually quite valuable, and I was on the council that made the design changes that the city imposed, and I think there is an opportunity there for some nice housing that's modernized on those large lots and some small lots. And I'm probably not going to vote for this this amendment at that, because we did a bunch of work last term to sort of solve some of this, and I think we did good at that time. So, Councillor Friesen, do you have anything to add to this, please?
I do, please. I wonder if I may ask a question of administration.
Yeah, Reed, if you're there. Okay.
Yeah, possibly Reed. Mr. DeRoche, is there any other area in Grande Prairie that there is a similar requirement on lots where duplexes or larger developments? Are there any other that we require discretionary on? I mean, as a blanket on the whole area, specifically to residential.
Reed, you can go ahead.
Through the chair, off the top of my head, I can't answer that question. There may be other ones that are done through the ARP process. I believe South Avondale may have some, but at the moment, I can't think of any specific examples of an area redevelopment plan designating a very specific housing type as discretionary within the land use bylaw.
And no, that's good. Thank you. I don't think I'll be supporting this motion, although I do appreciate what Councillor Bressie is getting at with this, because I remember that phrase very well, losing the density war, we better win the design war. I'm just not sure that this is the best way to do it. I don't know of another way, but this concerns me a little bit about it being another hoop to jump through when we want to encourage redevelopment.
So I'm just going to ask Reed a couple questions. Reed, we did some groundwork with Hillside last term, and I was just wondering if you can explain to me what we did and how it come about.
Thank you, Councillor, or I suppose Chairman O'Toole. So there's kind of two components to this in terms of the changes to the residential transition district, which occurred in 2013. And so the residential transition district is the low/medium district that accommodates 3 and 4plexes, as well as single detached homes. And in the past, that district didn't have specific design standards in the sense that we're currently talking about. And so prior to that, design standards for infill development were covered more on a case-by-case basis through area redevelopment plans. And so council took a more comprehensive view of how we address design standards for infill development citywide and implemented standards through that residential transition district. Now, in the Hillside neighborhood, we adopted an area redevelopment plan in 2016. And so in that process, a lot of the neighborhood was already residential transition. And so residents had concerns about 3plexes in their design, although their team. We did include area redevelopment plan that go beyond what was included in the residential, and specific concerns from residents about that changed the appearance of the typical building compared to what they had seen historically in the area. whereas we didn't have that level of specific comments in the actual College Park ARP process. And so what we've seen with the Hillside ARP is that overall the design guidelines have been successful. However, in certain cases, it's been overly limiting to certain development, and it has caused restrictions that have prevented some designs that are different but of high quality that just don't meet the standards. And so we considered all those different elements when we were developing the College Park Area Development Plan.
Thank you very much. Your information was great. Was there anybody else that had any questions? Okay, then we'll let Councillor Bressie close.
Great, thank you. I want to be really clear that for me, this isn't about how development looks. It's about the actual form of it. I know that we have done significant work to clean up our infill rules, and I'm confident that we will get aesthetically pleasing things. But for me, it really is the form here. And Councillor Plott, I think you asked a very fair question. What's different about this and the last one we had, and why did I want to preserve multifamily there, and I'm opposed to it here? And first of all, I'm not fundamentally opposed to it here. I just think do it with caution for me, because it really is about variety in these neighborhoods. It really is. When we had a neighborhood that really only has quite affluent single family opportunities in it right now, I want to make sure there's lots of opportunity to build rentals in it. This neighborhood is a funny one because it's got a lot of rentals and not a lot of home ownership opportunities. And I really think that a variety in a neighborhood, especially one right next to the college, within walking distance of the new hospital, right next to Muskogee Park, is really important. And for me, it's not about how it looks, but the form. I don't think that you're likely to see an owner in a 3-plex or a 4-plex. I think in a row house or a smaller lot single detached house, you're a lot more likely to see a homeowner in that. And I'd point out that those forms of housing would still be permitted uses in here. And so it's not, so yeah, we are putting a bit of a damper on 3-plex, 4-plexes. And for me, that's actually a bug, not a feature. I wouldn't mind making them a little bit more difficult in here, at least for now, to see what happens. Last thing I'll say is, I think the problem we've got is in response to issues in the community. Way back when the existing ARP was passed, the council of the day took an extreme view of basically lockdown. Nope, it's only single family housing in here. And that extreme view we've seen now years and years later, that extreme view really created issues. And now we're trying to correct this issue, and I'm scared of the pendulum. And I don't think you want to go bounce back and forth from one extreme to the other. I think you want to be a little bit moderated, and then maybe you realize, oh, we didn't go far enough and we need to go a little bit further in the future. But I just think this is penduluming a little bit further than I'm personally comfortable penduluming with. Is penduluming a word? Anyways, it is now. But yeah, so I get where everybody's coming from. I would personally just be more comfortable if this amendment passed. So I hope that council will pass this amendment.
All right. So that was to close. So
may I just ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
At whose discretion? What would the discretion level be?
If I may?
Yes, please.
So the motion is a discretionary use committee. So this would be a council subcommittee, not staff making the decision.
Thank you.
Okay, can I get the clerk to read back the amendment? Or show us on eScribe?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. It is in your eScribe. It should be available for you to review. Council amend bylaw C-1260-140 to include the following as 4.6.1C. Multi-attached dwellings with front, back, or up-down orientation shall be discretionary use committee in this overlay area to allow for consideration of the proposed design as well as the proliferation of this form of development within the area.
All right. With that, we'll call for the vote. that is defeated 2-3. Thank you. We'll move on. Mr. Thiessen? Oh, we got the main motion. There we go. And any other discussion? Okay, then we'll move on. Call for the vote. That is carried 5-0. All right. Mr. Thiessen, did you want to carry on?
I shall. Chair O'Toole, thank you very much. Whoa, that was loud. I move that council have third reading at this meeting.
Okay. That motion is good. Any questions? We'll call for the vote. And that's carried 5-0. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Chair O'Toole. I would move that council give third reading of bylaw C-1260-140, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, being the College Park area redevelopment plan. Sorry.
Yeah. With that, any discussion? We will call for the vote. And that's carried 5-0. All right, we'll move on. Mr. Thiessen?
I can move on. Sorry, I just got to get back to the screen. I'm sort of in my voting screen right now.
Number 7.
Anybody else would like to take my spot?
I will move to Councillor Mr. Pallot.
Thanks, Chair O'Toole. I just make a motion that council give first reading to bylaw C-1260-141 being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Motion is in order. Any discussion? No discussion on first reading. I'll call for the vote. And that passes unanimously. Mr. Pallot?
Thanks, Chair O'Toole. I would just make a motion that council give second reading to bylaw C-1260-141.
At this point in time, is there discussion? I see none. Nothing on the interweb. I call for the motion. Call for the vote. And that passes unanimously as well.
Thanks, Chair O'Toole. With that, I would like to make a motion that council have third reading of bylaw C-1260-141 at this meeting.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Passes unanimously. And we've got one more here.
Okay, thanks, Chair O'Toole. With that, I'll give council, make a motion to have council give third reading to bylaw C-1260-141, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Motion's in order. I will call for the vote. There you go. That carries unanimously, and that's a major undertaking for one of our last council meetings of the year. And with that, I will call for the mayor to come back into the office. Thank you very much. I did a pretty good roll. I learned a couple things.
You did great. Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Appreciate that. That's all right. Thank you. All right, we're ready to go. Thanks so much for taking over, Councillor O'Toole. I'm just going to get my agenda back open and we'll get back to our business. So moving on, no public hearings scheduled tonight, and under delegation business, we had one scheduled delegation for the evening portion, Mr. Griffiths and Mr. Mildenberger, and I see Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. It's not often that I get a delegation where I leave the council table where I'm a bit confused about it, and I believe that there was some extra action that perhaps the delegation wanted to present to council, maybe for the next council, and I'm sure that would go. But I would move, and I'm going to try a motion here. Definitely, I would move that we send or we directed administration, or we sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to do this without the direct request. Okay, I would just move that we ask administration for a report regarding the upcoming men's and women's curling championship to the appropriate standing committee. Just speaking to that, as I left, just getting to know people in the community every once in a while, you call them and you're like, what the heck? Why did you just come in and butter us up? Like, what was that all about? I think there was an ask, and there was a financial ask associated with it, or a partnership, and that just never came up in the round of questions. So for that, I'd like to give the delegation another opportunity, because I know they have been talking with Stephanie Cajolet as well as Chad Sheldon about the economic opportunities of this event, and I wouldn't want to make them have to go through all the hoops again to get to our committee, especially during an election, and have it fall off the page, especially if there may be some budgetary thoughts that we might have to apply to it. So I would move that we just have administration bring a report back in regards to this event to the next appropriate standing committee with the new council, I suppose.
If I can just ask for a little bit of a cleanup on that motion, if you're okay, Councillor Thiessen, just to bring back a report updating the appropriate standing committee.
Yeah, so
right?
I can clean it up here now that I've talked through it. I would just very simply put, just move that administration bring a report about the men's and women's curling championships coming to Bonnet's Energy Center in 2022 to the next appropriate standing committee.
Perfect. Thank you for that. All right, comments or questions on that motion? Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, can you give me the date that those event is proposed?
Just going back to the delegations.
Yeah, I think it's in the delegation package coming in January, February. Sorry, I'll just scroll.
Yeah, it's February 2020.
February 2022.
22. I'm just looking. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry.
You bet.
Yeah. So. Yeah, and I guess just to speak to the motion and just off that question, it is a short timeline, and if there's a requested ask, they should, and they're hopeful to have a bit of support for this. They should get it in front of the new council as quickly as possible. So
that's my point. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Any additional comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, call the question. Please vote. Thanks. All right, and that is carried unanimously. Now, council member reports. I am going to, out of convenience, I'm going to go to Councillor Friesen first. And so any updates on any recent business and anything just sort of that you would like to add for your roundtable? Please go ahead, Councillor Friesen.
Yes, so I attended a library board meeting, and there's a couple of exciting things happening. They have a maker space that is open for 2-hour bookings, and this maker space is an audio recording studio, podcast equipment, has a green screen, so you can book that at the Grande Prairie Public Library for 2-hour periods of time. Many of us in the room and other candidates for the general election attended the reverse forum, and that was a huge success. The library has had requests for it to happen periodically with council and not just saved for election time. The Champions of the Grande Prairie Public Library Society is just, I think they have their society status now, but this is a group that will be fundraising for some extras at the society. It's like the Friends of Grand Spirit Society, for example. Congratulations to Haley McCullough, who's a library employee. She has been selected to attend a library leadership program where there's, I think it was a couple of weeks intensive and then a one-year program for library leadership. So congrats to Haley. And we know that Truth and Reconciliation Day is coming up. That's September 30th. And the library hemmed and hawed about whether to have this as a stat holiday or whether to be open. And in fact, they decided to be open on Truth and Reconciliation Day. And one of the things that they will have available on that day is a reflection room in one of their rooms where people can go through and better understand what Truth and Reconciliation is about and spend some time reflecting in there. So that's good stuff happening at the library. And Sunday, I spent a very windy, chilly afternoon, but it was time well spent at the International Overdose Awareness Day on the library, on the Mount Rose Cultural Center on the course to the south of the building. And we know that Councillor Beeson mentioned it earlier, our overdose crisis is another pandemic that we're facing, and it actually preceded the COVID-19 pandemic and may well be with us after if we don't end the stigma, start talking about what addictions is about and why overdoses occur. They really are unintentional poisonings, and there's a number of reasons for that. And as a community, we need to understand it, talk about it, address it, and recover from it together as a community. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Councillor Friesen. I'm going to go to Councillor Bressie next.
Thank you. A few events that I'll add is with with September 30th coming up. I had an opportunity to attend an online workshop along with Councillor Friesen put on by AUMA about how municipalities can further truth and reconciliation. And it was really interesting learning about Alberta history of residential schools and some thoughts on how to best help overcome that legacy. So that was a interesting day. I also had a chance to attend the Regional Recreation Committee along with Mayor Clayton, and there was lots of good conversation there, but I think the most significant thing to update Council with is that there is conversation ongoing about potential of expansion of the Crosslink Centre for volleyball and indoor soccer. And it's by all accounts, potential design work for what that potentially could look like is looking good, and there'll likely be a capital ask, not this year, but the following year. But just eventually there probably will be an ask of the city to participate in that, and I think that's exciting, and I think that's a real good image of regional collaboration with the city and the county that's working. And so we often only hear about the friction, so it's always good to be part of a conversation that's working, even though it involves money. And at least it's worked for now, and I hope it continues to. So those are the two events to report. And also, it being the last roundtable, I just want to say thank you to Council. It's been a really great 4 years. I'm really proud of what we've done for this community. I'm really proud of the work that we've done alongside staff to make Grande Prairie a more viable community, to add important services from an outdoor pool to mobile outreach program, and to do that despite a big fiscal crunch and all while reducing taxes. I think it's quite remarkable work that happened professionally. And on a personal level, I'm glad that I've made new friends, and I've made 8 new friends and unfortunately lost one along the way, but a friend that I always will cherish, and 7 friends that I'm sure I'll be in touch with after this. And professionally, I know I've grown a lot the last 4 years, and each one of you was a part of me growing as a professional and a community leader. And so thank you for the last 4 years.
Councillor O'Toole.
I'm going to just talk about one event, slow things down a little bit here. On September 15th, 2021, I attended the Horse Lake Bioenergy Junction. This is a project that took 8 years to come to completion, or come to fruition. come together. I got it. It's going to be a major asset to the region of northern Alberta with the ability to grow greenhouses here all year round, vegetation. And I understand that the greenhouses will be teepee shaped. And there's a little bit of money involved, a lot of partnerships involved. And I'm looking forward to Horse Lake being very successful with the partners. And I'm very proud of what they have done with their CAO. And like I said, 8 years traveling to the States, asking lots of questions, trying to find funding, and making it work. And with that, I just want to highlight a few items as well. I want to thank, on this last council, Chris Manuel and Wendy Hughes in the Protective and Social Services and their team, including Angela Sutherland. I want to also thank Arlen Miller, Stephanie Cajolet, and Katie B. Fordorf and their team, Danielle Whiteway and team in the corporate services, infrastructure, economic development, Brian Glavin and team. And I would be dismissed in some manner if I didn't mention Simon and the IT team for putting us on the interweb every Monday night and or every other Monday night, and as well on the our Tuesday meetings. I would like also thank all the employees who work for the city, including the managers, the firefighters, the staff, 911 call center, and enforcement services. And there's lots more departments that I could include. But a couple of the highlights that I want to bring up that are close to my heart is how we've dealt with the flooding a couple of years ago. The same night that the tear down of the old Park Hotel and the startup of another high-rise in the downtown core. I am very proud of the development that's going on downtown. Once again, the outdoor pool and all the companies, new businesses that have decided that Grande Prairie is the place to do business. And all of the people that have moved to Grande Prairie because this is where they want to live. With that, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Thiessen.
It looks like you're getting to go almost last there, Mr. Buddy. Don't cry on me here. Ooh, yeah. You know what? The last 4 years have been pretty glorious. We've had ups, we've had downs, we've had a pandemic that we had to navigate the waters through. And you know what? Through it all, we had a great team composed of great, diverse thinkers and passionate people about their community. So to be able to sit on a team with all of you has really been an honor and a pleasure, because we really learned how to roll with the punches and how to strive to do what's best for their people in our community, whether we agreed on stuff or not. I think at the core of everybody is a good heart and a good mind. And we didn't agree on everything, but we definitely came together to make the best decisions we could possible. And we couldn't have done that, as Kevin O'Toole clearly illustrated, without a world-class administration, you know, to help guide us through it, to bring us the reports, some that are still here, some that have moved on. We couldn't have ever done it without you. We get a lot of support. And one person in the room that didn't get thanked yet is Miss Arlene Karbaszewski-Lebowski. Yeah, I just don't want to bowl against her, because I know. Anyways, they definitely do a great work in keeping us in line and making sure that the city runs and operates effectively. I was really sad to see Clyde go. I left him a little thank you for all you ever did for me on my website for re-election, and I wish each and every one of you who are running good luck in the election. To Eunice and Jackie, it's going to be sad to see either one of you go, because you both have your own perspective on things, and you definitely add that color, that flavor, and that passion that only each of you can to the work that we do. So it's going to be sad to see one of you go. Hey, we may all be gone, so I don't know. I may not be coming back. Definitely be sad to see this guy go. I don't think I've ever, had some passionate debates with another councillor about anything as much as I have with Councillor Wade Palat. But you know what? It's a good thing about friendship, because I think we became good friends over the term. And, we could be angry with each other in this room, and we could call each other 10 minutes after council and still talk on a level. So that's a level of respect that we leave here at this table, and when we make those friends. Dylan, I remember having a conversation with you after our first council meeting, one of them, and you made a comment. I'm not going to regale the comment that you made, but what I really appreciated and admired about that is it was weird for me to go into the shoes of a Lauren Radburn, a Helen Rice, or a Dwight Logan and try to mentor somebody to be a better counselor. And you know what? You listened, you heard, you weren't defensive, and you changed your approach. And you've attacked things with aplomb and tenacity, and you're a literal encyclopedia of knowledge when it comes to the MGA, when it comes to running council business. And I appreciate your inputs, even if I think sometimes you maybe make too many motions. But thank you for your friendship, and thanks for being eager to learn, because it sets a good example for the new people who are going to come in. Kevin, you're a grandpa on council, and you know what? From day one, 8 years ago, even before I was on council, I'm sorry, that's my throat tearing for me. You always said you had my back, and you always did. I think you got maybe the biggest heart on any person that's ever sat on council, and you got a pretty good brain too, even if you don't give yourself credit for that at times. I love your hard work, your ethic, and your love for this community, and thank you so much for that. And one more time to the ladies. I'm not going to single either one of you out because I love you both. But Jackie and Eunice, best of luck. I know you both signed your AUMA pledge to be respectful and kind and transparent in this upcoming election, and I hope that carries through all the debates. And I wish for both of you, whatever the outcome is, that the future is bright no matter which path either of you take from this point going forward. So thanks, everybody. It's been an honor.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Platt.
Oh, Wade, go.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just a couple events that I had first to get through. One was actually quite fun. I did a home builders golf tournament. It was a bit nice to be back with some peers. It was a little sad seeing how that tournament's ebbed and flowed with the market and the economy, of how it used to be 144 people, shotgun, full day thing, and now there's 60 people there, and as soon as it's over, people are leaving. So it's just a sign of the times, I guess, but it was great to spend some time with the peers and hear a little bit of optimism back in their voices again, because it's been a while since I've heard some optimism in a few of their voices, so that was nice to hear. Had a airport commission meeting, and just a couple updates there. I want to thank Brian and his team. At the beginning of the year, they showed us some pretty staggering numbers and projections of what the year could look like for the airport, with the movements being down. A pretty big red number was on that. As the years went on, that red numbers stayed red, unfortunately, but it's got lower and lower and lower from some of the diligence they're doing. So I can't say enough about Brian and his team out at the airport. It was a pleasure to be on that committee. Passenger movements in August were up substantially from the year before, but to put in perspective, they're probably about half of where they were pre-pandemic, so they still have a long way to climb. We've probably all heard about the announcement that Flair is no longer doing the direct flights to Toronto, Vancouver. I do feel they will come back at some point. I think once the labor shortages and this COVID issue slows down, I think we'll see those happen again next year. But at this point, they just couldn't get traffic or enough staff to support them. And I guess I'm looking around this room. Hopefully, a lot of you folks are still sitting here next term, but I haven't declared, so this will be my last council meeting, which is kind of sad. I remember coming in here and being nervous and looking around at people and that first budget. Whoa, I'm going to miss budgets. I'm not going to lie, I'm going to definitely miss budgets. But it's been great, and I remember saying to Councillor Thiessen and a few folks early on, it becomes your council family. I don't think people realize, and I hope the new incumbents realize that, or new folks that are looking at running that could have the opportunity to sit around this table, realize how much time you spend together, and you need to get along. And we've had our ups and downs, as Councillor Thiessen's mentioned, and I really respect us as a group and as a family that way, that we've actually got through those ups and downs. Eunice, I've had an opportunity to sit beside you for years and debate, and we haven't agreed on a lot of things, but we can leave the room. And it's been great to get to know you better. I know Yad's not here tonight, but it's been a real pleasure to get to know Yad better outside of council as well. I don't think people realize how much he reaches into the community in different areas. And it's unfortunate sometimes that his speech and his mind can't catch up quite as much as he wants to speak, because he's got a lot of knowledge there that I wish we could hear more often. Councillor Bressie, before we even got on here, I remember sitting in chambers with you and I, eager little beavers, just trying to get in here and find a way to be on chamber. Your work ethic is unbeatable. It's been amazing to see, and it's been a real privilege. It's been amazing to see, and you've been a go-to for me for a lot of things where I've been wondering about where you're going, because I know you definitely changed directions lots. You've kept administration on their toes, but in a healthy way, in a respectful way. So for that, I think you've done an amazing job, especially as a first-term councillor. Councillor O'Toole, Chris said it on the head. You're my words for you're the pop on council. You know, my kids love you. I mean, it's hard not to love you. You're just a great man. I see the passion you have for this community, and your work ethic is every bit there. Maybe not on the scholastic side like Councillor Bressie, who maybe should have been a lawyer, but your passion for the community it's second to none. It's something that I hope a few more councillors come through the door and echo what you're doing, because we could use more of that in the community. So thank you for doing all those events that a lot of us don't tend to do, and you'll go to any event, and so I appreciate that about you a lot. I think that's something that a lot of people don't understand, of just how many events we get asked to go to. Councillor Thiessen, I find it interesting of how many times I get in conversations about saying, no, man, I love this guy. He's a good friend, and he's always going to be a friend. And you wouldn't think a hippie and a very right business guy would get along as well as we do, but we do. And I think you said it the best. You've been a very calming influence on me at times where I'm frustrated. And even though we don't see eye to eye, I've really generally learned to love you as a human being, of how you see the good in all. Even sometimes I get a little pessimistic around this table, but you find the good in all, and you want to have everybody leave here happy. And I think that's a quality that is much, much needed in our world now, probably more than ever. So I certainly hope all of you are back around the table here as well. And last, I guess, but not least, our current mayor, Clayton. I've had the opportunity to be at a lot of conferences and work with you a lot in the last 4 years, and I do have to say I've been fortunate in my life to be around a lot of high net worth people, a lot of very, I think, scholastic people, and your connectivity and rooms, I've almost never seen anything like it. It's quite impressive how you can connect the dots and work a room at conferences. I've just never seen anything like it. It's quite impressive. And your ability to multitask is something that we all have to learn to do, but I've never seen somebody do it as well as you do, and maybe to a fault sometimes, but it's a skill that I think if you're going to be on council, you probably need to have at some level. So thanks for your guidance for me as well. You've definitely talked me off the ledge a few times on council, and I appreciate that. I really want to, my last big thank you, I'll say some thank yous to staff at committee, but I want to thank the public for giving me the opportunity to have 4 years to work with folks like you and an organization like this, and to allow me to be in those conversations where there was business leaders, user groups, just all the different areas of the community that reach out to us on council, and giving me the opportunity to learn alongside with them, because it's not like we always have the answer on council. Well, lots of times we're learning as we go. But I really appreciate the community giving me the opportunity. So for that, thank you. And with that, I'll close on my last roundtable. Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks so much, Councillor Plott. All right, I'll go through my committee business first. I did Councillor Friesen at the beginning. Okay, thanks. I attended the Grande Prairie Regional Emergency Management Preparedness Committee. Not a lot to report from that. It was more of an update with all the regional partners being there. Also attended the Grande Prairie Regional Tourism Marketing Branding Committee meeting. They're doing some great work and continue to get the name out there and really promote the amenities that are in our region in regards to tourism. Attended the Grande Prairie Regional Rec Committee meeting with Councillor Bressie, as mentioned. Attended the Mid-Sized City Mayor's Caucus meeting. It was our last meeting. Sort of an opportunity to say bye to people that were retiring, and as well talk about how municipalities are currently dealing with COVID in regards to their operations, as well as in regards to facilities and everything that we're dealing with, other mid-sized cities are dealing with. So it's a great opportunity. Wanted to thank Councillor Bressie for attending the Northern Alberta elected leaders meeting for me. And in regards to committee meetings, that's it. On general work, attended the WestJet roundtable conversation with business leaders, fellow elected officials, as well as representatives from WestJet to talk about what the next 6 months, the next 12 months looks like for that organization in our region. Also attended with Councillor O'Toole, Bressy, and Friesen, and Thiessen attended the quarterly neighborhood association forum. It was great to hear an update from our own internal organization, but also some feedback from a couple neighborhood associations. Attended the fetal alcohol syndrome awareness day with Councillor Friesen, Bressy, and Thiessen, and I think just the three of us and myself. Attended the suicide awareness walk, Darkness to Light, which was a great opportunity. Started early in the morning when it was dark. It was a good excuse to get my dog out walking, and what I really enjoyed about the walk was the awareness that they brought to the community. And I don't know the exact measurement, but along the path they talked about, and you could QR code it, but talked about organizations that they work with, statistics in regards to suicide, signs of what you should look for if you think that somebody's in a position where they need support and they need help. It was a really well-run event, and I really liked the perspective that they provided and the education that they gave people that were on the walk. I wanted to say thank you to Don Miller and Sean Sargent for handing out thousands of smile cookies around our community and really bringing a smile to people's faces as they took the cookies to all of the schools, to many organizations in the community, but really just sharing that love. And it was a great thing. And especially in times like now, it was nice to see some smiles on some faces. I also attended the media launch for the Art Gallery of Grande Prairie, the Passion Projects. I strongly encourage you. It has started on September 30th. It goes till January 9th, and it's called the Passion Projects. It's called Bullfight and the Bible. It highlights the 20th century most acclaimed artists, Pablo Picasso and Marc Chagall. It's truly, from what I've seen and spoke with Director Urbach about, is going to be a one-of-a-kind opportunity in our region. So if you have a chance, please go to the art gallery and see that. In regards to this term, I can tell you it's been quite a 4 years. We dealt with ICS. We've dealt with a mayor leaving us. We've dealt with a loss of a council member. We've dealt with flooding. We've dealt with COVID. We've dealt with the opportunity of provincial and federal government giving us more money to do great things in our community and make tough decisions on what to do with that. And then we dealt with COVID again. And then we dealt with COVID again. And now a fourth time. So I have to tell you, having this opportunity in the last 9 months, it's been a great opportunity. Learning from my teammates. At the end of my first term, I was very sad, as I am today, losing Councillor Rice and Councillor Radburn and Councillor Logan in retirement, and also Councillor Tarrant, who I have the opportunity to work with now, which is great. But it was a change. And coming into this new council, I mean, the first term I really was the person I like to ask unusual questions, difficult questions. And then, thank you. And then now, at the beginning of this term, Mayor Given said, well, it's a different go around your second time. You can't be that person. You have to be able to provide some guidance and some mentoring. And it was a role that I wasn't necessarily familiar with. So I really enjoyed it. Then given this opportunity for the past 9 months, I have to thank administration, the corporate leadership team, and our CAO for the support that they've given me over the last 9 months. It was a steep learning curve, I'll tell you that. And I call it sort of an opportunity in the worst of times. So it's been a struggle every day. This council has dealt with turmoil and loss and many numerous things. And I have to tell you, this group, you did exceptional work. So thank you to all of you. I wish you the best of luck at the election, and enjoy your night.